What's up? I have just right before stream I just installed this under desk stream deck mount and playing around with it. It seems pretty nifty, but I guess I'm more just used to it on my right side here. So I gotta wonder if I should redo it. Maybe right here? I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Sinvec, welcome. We have 2 packages today for anyone who wants to redeem those. But welcome, guys. We have a d60lite to build today. McJizzle, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Okay. All right, let's man, I'm like so used to this motion of switching scenes. Okay. Oh, we got the package openings, but all right. Let's get to it. A couple packages today. Just 2. Let's go with this one I'm really excited about. But it's not keyboard related. It's photo related. I'm trying to cover this in case my address can be caught at an angle. Maybe let's go to our shoulder cam here. Okay. All kinds of problems trying to open this. All right, packing peanuts. Very cool. Packing peanuts, my favorite thing that gets everywhere. Alex often sends things here with packing peanuts. Was a hefty boy. All right. Frank, welcome. Hey, you came just in time. Let's fucking go. I got some camera gear. The presents, welcome. It just broke that message right up into 2, huh? Okay, so this one's a funny one because this didn't come in a box. Packing peanuts when you hate the person you're shipping to. So what's the point of that one? Okay, so this is bubble wrap wrapped in saran wrap. As I'm able to gather here. And we also have some packing tape as well. All right, so this guy right here, my God, there's still more. But Frank, Presents, McJizzle, Sinvec, everybody, welcome. And Thixius, welcome. I'm not gonna fall asleep this time. Hey, you might not have to. By all measures, tonight should be a quick build, but, you know, it never is. Alright. We have got here a Contax 645 210 millimeter f4 lens. That's a big boy. I'm like, my palms are sweating just carrying it. I've been considering moving towards trying to shoot medium format film at concerts. I'm not 100% sure I will make the transition, but this might push me over the edge. Is that on now? I think it is. Oh, hey, I think this guy included a filter. Wow, this guy included a polarizing filter. And it's like a Contax branded polarizing filter. That's cool. It's like, it's crazy. This lens, like, I found it for significantly cheaper than I would have ever expected it to be. It's like, considering that some of these Contax lenses, like, go upward of $2,000. Like, not this one, but like some out there, these Contax 645 lenses. Like the one that I have that's included with, that I bought with my body. I'm pretty sure that lens alone now goes for like $2,000. But this guy right here is a 210. It's an f4, so it's not gonna go super, super wide open. But as open as it can get, it's probably going to be good for concert photography, I think, if I were to actually use this. And it's in pretty nice condition. But this was only, like, I found this crazy eBay sale. I've been seeing this go upwards of $350, $400, which is really, really good. But I found a seller who was selling this for like $250. And it's like a shop out in Japan. So this is worth a shot to like test this out and see how this works out. But this is looking real good, I gotta say. All right, meanwhile, we got another thing in the package. So when you're on eBay, right, it's like you can look at the other seller's stuff. I would have thought that was much pricier given the size. Yeah, it's weird, right? I mean, I don't know. We'll see how good the quality is, but I just gotta imagine, like, from an aspect of like what I wanted this lens for, the most important thing for me is reach. Like, how far can it reach? And I mean, if the image quality is like not quite as good as say like some of the other lenses, which I can't imagine it necessarily would be given how not wide it goes and how much cheaper it was. You know, not a whole lot to expect, but it was cheap. So, all right. So, meanwhile, here's another thing. I got this teleconverter. It's my, I'm trying to get into like trying to dip my toes into, using teleconverters. I just bought this to go with this lens. So for those who might not know, you might like hear about like digital crop sensors versus like digital full frame. And I guess like kind of a general idea is in terms of just pure reach, like you're gonna get like 50% more, like it's like a 1.5x multiplier of how much more stuff you get in frame for full frame compared to crop sensors. And that's like a good and a bad thing, right? And it's we're just talking just reach. So I'll quickly explain that, because this is worth a conversation here of why a teleconverter is something I might want to look into. So, like I have this guy right here. My face cam is a crop sensor, an APS-C crop sensor. It's a Nikon D70-200. My overhead and also my over shoulder, both of these cameras here are full frame cameras. So the sensor is a little bit bigger. And what that means is that like for what it's trying to capture, you're just gonna get more stuff. So I could find like a diagram. All right, so here's like the most basic thing I can show. So to some people, like having more picture is important, but the thing is, one thing that you can conceivably do here is like if you're using a crop sensor camera and you want a similar like quote unquote like wider reach, like you would just get like a shorter focal length. But there's differences, right? Because for one, crop sensor like APS-C cameras, they're sometimes considered like just overall like supposed to be cheaper. For the fact that the sensor is smaller, it's gonna less to put into it in terms of R&D and just like assembly. These are gonna go in cheaper cameras, and in those cheaper cameras, it might just be overall like things in there are gonna be a little bit more budget, so image quality might not be as strong. Another quick thing to just mention though is that like if you take a look, if we're cropping like a full frame picture to like just be a little bit smaller than this, then going a little bit wider doesn't necessarily get you this picture. Like if you're going a shorter focal length on a crop sensor, you're gonna get a slightly different picture, and that's just because of like when you look at what any given lens will do, the warping is gonna be different. So you can't just expect that you'll get like a 35mm lens on a full frame and it's gonna look 100% exactly if you use a 50mm lens on a crop sensor. There might just be a little bit like a different type of distortion. Not enough that it would like really, I would imagine affect things greatly, but it's not going to be 100% the same for multiple reasons here. Now, the whole reason why I bring this up is because the Contax 645 I shoot is a film camera. Normally 35mm film cameras, like my Nikon F6 or just like any given 35mm film camera, kind of adhere to what a full frame sensor's sizing is in terms of like what the images you're gonna get. Like the full frame sensors that get used will kind of like look like what a 35mm film frame is supposed to be in terms of amount of quote unquote picture you get. But the 645, the Contax 645 film camera I have is actually a medium format camera. So what you end up seeing is something that looks like, actually this is probably, is that it? Let's just roughly go with this. So here's APS-C, like a crop sensor, in comparison to a full frame camera. And then a medium format camera is just going to be like a magnitude bigger in terms of the amount of picture that you get. They do have like, for example, medium format like digital cameras. And you can see here, there's actually two different medium formats here. And this is based off of like, what actual kind of medium format that your camera is. My 645 is like quote unquote like among the smaller medium formats. It's not going to do these like big 6x6 or 6x7 medium formats, but it's like a 6x4.5, which is a 4:3 aspect ratio. Okay, so really quickly, it's just like you could end up basically looking at this picture saying like if this was the full frame, this would be the medium format like comparison or ratio. Now all this to say, you're like slightly, I want to say slightly, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but slightly at a disadvantage when it comes to like the idea of like actual zoom reach. If that makes sense, because if I am a guy who's shooting concerts, the thing that I actually want is to get closer to the act, like closer to the subject, the person performing. These lenses, these lenses, I mean, they're not super common. They're not super cheap by any stretch of the imagination. But I think the idea here is that, like, if I run a teleconverter on this, like, essentially I will have, like, retained, like, the idea of a full frame, like, about 200 millimeter, like, lens, which is what I actually run. This guy right here that I'm using for my over shoulder is the same thing that I actually use for concerts. So yeah, trying to regain that amount of reach while still being able to use my film camera the way it's meant to be, getting that much, like, visual data on like physical photographic film, something that I want to hit and something that I want to try out. So I think this will be cool, but we'll find out. long-winded story, but this is what it is. I haven't actually looked at what this teleconverter looks like yet, so we'll open this up. Reborn, welcome. Future purchase would be a full frame cam. All these full frame sensors that are going in the future phones aren't really going to be full frame. That is, I mean, that's probably true. All right, looks like, is this like new, or I guess this guy just wrapped this back up. These look like really good condition compared to, you know, the 645 that I bought a couple years back. This looks like near mint. It's actually crazy. Very cool. Man, this looks, yeah, this looks like this was never used. Cool. Okay. Anyways, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. We have one more package to open. A light 2 packages today. The other one's keyboard related, so enough listening to me go on about this. I'm gonna safely place these somewhere else that's not here, so I'm not knocking anything over. Be back in 1 second. I just realized that I forgot to wash my my desk mats. So, whoops. Speaking of packages, got GMK Maestro. Nice. 2-1, welcome. Both trays are perfect. Nice. Okay. One package today here. Or one more package, I mean. Alright, so truthfully, I didn't need to buy this, but I felt like I couldn't resist. I just felt I couldn't resist. We got more CRP. I got, so really what I just wanted was this, but it never hurt to get a couple of these extra kits. This is, CRPR4 orange Cyrillic alphas, and then it's, you know, it's hard to find people who are just selling, like, you know, the exact mod kits you need, because they made like a 60 and then an 80 and then an all. So this has like all the mods, which I definitely don't need, but I mean, I got it and it was part of this sort of bundle. I think like Syrup Labs, for example, still has like bundles that look like this, like all and like alpha kits. Again, I don't need these, but like it's just like kind of like we'd expect. And then we got an Icon kit. I actually didn't buy an Icon kit at the start, but well, we got one. So is the lens Zeiss 2? Yes. I think my understanding is all of the lenses, or at least first party lenses for the Contax 645, were all Zeiss lenses. But let's take a look. Contax 645 lens list. Chris just sucking up all that scissor. Zeiss glass is so good. It's nice. It's nice, man. All right. So this one I believe is a macro lens. This is a 120. I don't have this, but I've seen. It's interesting. I saw someone who was like shooting wedding photos with a macro, this specific macro lens, and you know they're kind of nice. But I just wouldn't have anticipated that. I have this guy and this guy. This guy right here is just incredibly rare. And when you end up seeing these go for like $2,000. I think I once saw this go for under 1500, but it's like I don't know that I have great use. I don't even know why I have both of these, to be honest, the 35 and the 45. I think I just I was feeling froggy that day. This guy is the crown jewel of the Contax 645, the Zeiss 80mm f2. This is the one that I got with my body, and this is the guy that's like, this is the guy. I do have this, and then this is what I've just bought. So yeah, these are all Zeiss lenses. It looks like one of them isn't a Zeiss lens. Also, I don't know if I've ever pronounced his name right. Mr. Carl. This is a Carl lens. I still remember using Nokia phones when they debuted with that glass back in 2013, 15. It was amazing. Yeah, I remember when like whenever they try to like, you know, put his name on some of these phone lenses. I remember that one happening specifically on those Nokia phones. This one's interesting. This one's like a zoom lens. I think this might be the only zoom lens, possibly. Yeah, I go, or there's two of them. There's two lenses that aren't Mr. Carl's. You're saying Zeiss, right? It rhymes with nice. Okay. This guy right here, I was interested in this guy, the 350 f4, but this one is big bucks. Big bucks. Take a look at this guy right here. 4100, and look at the condition. That's crazy. 7 watchers too, so it's not like, you know, this is like someone who's just like overpricing it. Well, I mean, they are, but it's still within reach of people who actually want this. So it'll be a while before I ever really actually want to pursue something like this. It's just a little over the top, I think. But yeah, I'm slowly filling out my collection of Contax 645 lenses. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so there it is with my camera gear and my CRP. I guess we'll just wow, only 30 minutes in, and we can get into the build, huh? So let's do that, man. I have to get used to this. The for those who are just tuning in, I just installed this the Stream Deck mount under my desk right before streams, so I'm used to it being over here, like in this direction, but now it's like it's down here underneath my desk. So anyways, all right, so let's take a look. Guys, you might see something a little bit interesting in the stream title. I don't know if you guys have seen in the stream ping or the stream title, but we are going to be running Hirose switches today. There's a very specific reason that we're going to be running Hirose switches. The orange boys. Okay. So this was it, by the way. This is the EPBT 6085. It was like shrink wrapped. Which is interesting, but okay. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the board, and then we'll talk about what goes in it. Never touched Hirose, but the sound tests I've heard of them sound awful. Interesting. It's interesting you say that, because my batch is really bad, but I just like kind of figured that because they're like so rare, and some people I guess are like just like, oh my god, Hirose, who can get that? Who can afford that? Who can find that? I just figured that, like, if they're quote-unquote desirable, I just thought I had a bad batch. But mine are really, really, really scratchy. And if when you say awful, you're referring to scratchiness, then I guess I'm glad I'm not alone. Alright, so we got, oh! This came with stabilizers. Oh, that's nice. It's like GMK. I think these are GMK stabilizers, but that's nice. So we just have to do a little fang clipping. That's cool. All right, so we'll do that. We also got a hot swap PCB, which we're not going to use. Well, how about this? Sometime in the future, I'll do another one of those cheap keyboard giveaways. I'll see if I have any extra plates that I could come up with, or maybe I'll just go completely plateless, and then plateless hot swap. That's actually a terrible idea, isn't it? Does anyone ever do plateless hot swap? Is that a thing? Anyways, cherry screw-ins. Okay, got it. What I do know is that GMK was one selling stabilizers, and then they looked like this. And I'm not sure if they just kind of get renamed in the sales process. I did plateless hot swap for my first build. It was rough. Okay, so we're gonna find some cheap ass case to put this in, and we're gonna find some cheap plate to put this in as well. I have done plateless half plate to test how it sounds to decide if I want to solder it. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we have a regular DZ60 that we're gonna use today. All right, we have some foam that we're not gonna use. Some plate foam. I'm not gonna use that. What is that? Plate foam? No, this is case foam. This is case foam because you can see the hot swap socket cutouts. This right here is plate foam. So we're gonna skip both of those because we're not even gonna be using our thing. But there is this looks like a very, very thin. It's interesting. It's some kind of like liner that's like, it's foam, but it's really thin. And my guess is that it's possibly supposed to like kind of simulate a tape mod almost. That's my best guess. What I remember is they wrote something about this in an email. Let me check this out. Gene from KBD fans said, good day. This was on June 7th. Good day. The new mold and sample of d60lite x PBT 6085 are completed, but we found that the original design wasn't particularly perfect during testing the sample. To decrease noise during typing and offer a better typing experience, we made the following upgrade to. Why am I reading this? Hold on. Wait 1 second. We could TTS this. What am I doing here? Doesn't even make any sense. Who reads?
Dear customer, good day. The new mold and sample of d60lite x PBT 6085 are completed. But we found that the original design wasn't particularly perfect during testing the sample. To decrease the noise during typing and offer a better typing experience, we made the following upgrade to the structure. The original design. Bottom silicone pad, the updated design. Tape mod plus bottom foam, and as compensation for the extension of the d60lite, KBD fans will offer a free carrying case for all the customers who have joined the d60lite group buy. Thank you for your patience and support. If you could accept the above upgrade and compensation, please confirm the order address. We will arrange shipment as soon as possible. If it is unacceptable for you, we could cancel the order for you and arrange a refund. Again, sorry for the inconvenience and thank you for choosing KBD fans.
running out of water in this bottle. Anyways, that explains that. So, so yeah, this is weird. Because I think they call this a tape mod of some sort. I don't know. How do I explain this? Oh, I guess you already have this view. So there is a bottom foam that's like a thicker foam that's meant for the hot swap socket. So you could just kind of tell this is a little thicker, but this is like a really, really thin extra piece of foam. Again, confused why there's both, but you know, who... I'm not gonna play. Oh, wait, whoa, it's this. Maybe this is the tape they're referring to. Yeah, it's this. Okay. I thought this was just a random piece of paper that they had in the case. Also, that explains the case, too. I forgot about that. They gave the case because they knew they were taking long. I'm guessing thinner one on top of PCB. The one with the cutout at the bottom PCB to fit hot swap sockets. The thin one goes on top of the PCB, and I'm pretty sure it's PE foam. Well, then how do you explain this guy? Because, like, when you say on top of the PCB, does that not just mean it's sandwiched in between the PCB and the plate? Because that's what this guy is. But then you're saying that's also what this guy is. That goes on top of the switch pad one. 3-part foam. Plate, thicker guy, thinner guy, PCB, then under PCB. So, but why? Under the switches? Does this not go under the switches too? I guess these just kind of go around the switches, huh? I have zero idea. I just got here, but this is the amount of foam from the Tiger 80 Lite. I see. I remember doing the original D60, and I built with this. I think I built with this. I don't know if I don't remember doing this because I didn't use a hot swap, but I remember doing this, and I just remember thinking it sounded a little bit lifeless. And that's the thing. I'm not a big foam guy. I always hear these like sound tests of keyboards that have foam of them. And I've explained this before. Keyboards that have foam in them, whenever I hear sound tests of it, I'm like, oh, that sounds good. I get that there's this notion that they all sound the same, but regardless of whether they sound the same, I think it sounds pretty good when I hear the sound tests. But then whenever I actually do it in real life, I hate it. Like I don't like it in real life. I don't like it with my ears. Like I like it in videos, but not with my ears, you know? So I'm gonna skip that, but this intrigues me. Do you guys think I should put this guy in? Like, what if I just put this guy? Is that weird? So, and then here's the tape. So we can, we can use this or not. Oh, this is KBD fans is the same deal. Yeah. So this is the quote-unquote tape mod that they've added here, and to go along with this case. The case is kind of nice, by the way. This case has this like, I don't know, velvety. The case is actually probably one of the nicest things about this whole thing. Did the Tiger 80? Okay, yeah, no, I like this more than the keyboard. All my cases should be like this. Okay. Okay, so anyways, what do you guys think? Should I use this? Nicest case I gotten for a board? Yeah. Just this and just this? Alright, so we'll put that off to the side there. Alright, we got a PC plate. Alright, so I'm gonna slowly, we'll slowly put this all together, but I'm gonna take this out. This is the injection molded d60lite. And this is interesting to me for sure. And we have actually the the injection molded Ramakara, so we can run. We actually have two of them, but we can run a comparison and see the differences between the two. Wait a sec. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. These are called Gasket socks. Holy smokes, this is interesting. You know what? I was worried because like the thing is like I did not I did not in full watch any d60lite builds when they were doing protos from like a year ago. So I don't remember. Like I never watched them in full. I always watched the end where they would all complain about the RGB peeking through the HHKB blockers. I remember that, but I don't remember actually watching the construction. What I do know is that I have an aluminum D60 from the very first run, and I don't know if the aluminum D60 has changed at all. But the aluminum D60 that I have used pour-on gaskets with those stupid ass pour-on gasket channel lips, which I was just complaining about yesterday when I was desoldering the Corky's Z60. And I was worried, like I ended up buying this like not long after I built the D60, which was like over maybe a year and a half ago. So I was not too long after because I was like, oh, HHKB, you know, it's cheap, blah, 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 I'll buy it. And that was like before I started having a growing hatred of these gasket lips. And when I realized how much I hated the gasket lips, I'd known that I'd gotten, or I'd have this, you know, on the way. And I was worried that having to build this meant having to use those stupid gasket lips all over again with the pour-on gaskets. But this is like a totally different construction. So that's interesting. Hold on. I am going to look for... gasket socks are the best thing since sliced bread. Fuck adhesive pour-on. Yeah, no, this is the first time I've ever seen this. I didn't know that this existed. I mean, it's not that like this is a crazy mind-boggling thing, but this just seems like it's going to be a lot better than adhesive gaskets. So yeah, it's super difficult, especially when they got the stupid ass lip. Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about lips? Okay, let's just imagine that this is the inside of something with a lip, right? The idea is that like the ideal adhesive pour-on gasket design is like bound by walls on 3 sides. When you have a slight wall on a 4th side, that's where it goes to shit. Like, that's where it goes to shit. Because, like, the 3 walls are already challenging, especially when the pour-on strips... when those pour-on strips are exactly the width of the channel, then you have to be careful to, like, align it side by side and not, like, overshoot it, right? But then when you have the 4th side, the 4th wall, that lip I'm talking about, that means not only do you have to get it like on 2 sides here, but you have to get it on the other 2 sides here. And sometimes the adhesive pour-on gaskets that they give you are like perfectly sides, but then they compress and then they can like widen too, depending on like how you're touching them. Oh, it's just terrible. Oh, it's just so terrible. So the Z60 had that from Corky's. The D60, the aluminum one, had that from KBE fans. I think there's at least one other one that I have somewhere that I've done this for, and it's just, oh, so terrible. So I'm actually excited for this. Like actually legitimately excited for this. So here's my thought. I'm probably not going to run this thing. I kind of just want to run this maybe even bare, maybe even without the tape. The tape seems interesting. The fact that they would cut you like your own piece of masking tape here, that size to the PCB, actually kind of interesting. But I want to actually not do any of this and then just run a comparison in terms of both sound and feel in comparison to the aluminum D60. Knowing full well that one, obviously this is injection molded plastic, which is kind of nice after looking at it. Like I don't immediately see like any crazy looking sprues as far as I can tell yet. So this is kind of nice, right? But I also want to see and test the sound and feel of whether or not the mounting style actually makes a big difference for me, a guy whose sensory perception is really quite unsophisticated. So we'll try that out. Okay, I've been talking a lot. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. All right. Okay, let me catch up on all these messages. Okay, multiple sleeves in top section too. Oh. Don't like P foam. Okay, I'll get rid of the foam. I'll get rid of the tape, in fact, too. Is this on your Odin? Has adhesive pour on. I'm really annoyed with adhesive pour on because it's really difficult to align correctly, for sure. 100%. Can never get it straight, even when they have little ridges. Yes, I know. I do know what you're talking about. And I completely agree. I'm also a fan of the Tadpole. I have the Frog Mini. We're going to try Tadpole on Thursday. Also, they make the gaskets long as fuck. Shorter gaskets are easier to line up. Yes, for sure. Hot swap. Just start with no foam. It sounds like shit. Add foam a little at a time until you're happy. I'm actually not going to use a hot swap PCB. I'm gonna use the solder one. I have a solder DZ60. It's my last DZ60 solder. Let's see. Lurk. All right, Hammer Brother, thanks for lurking. I would indeed miss Hammer while on a tech call. Zero, welcome. 2 days in a row. Chris is at you. Hi back. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best to move or transition towards doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday streams. I want to get to a pacing of 3 streams per week, I think, but I make no guarantee. Tuesday, Thursday at least, but at least for this week, and I'm going to try next week as well. I'm going to do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, where my Mondays are always going to be like kind of chore based. Yesterday we had just a bunch of random chores, right? Next week we're going to just continue along with the chore list that I have. And once I'm just through all of these random ass chores, I think my Mondays then, in the case that I still do this Monday, Tuesday, Thursday thing, are just going to be like looping streams, I suppose. I am running low on switches, actually. just to let you guys know, I've done all these builds, and I'm running low on switches, so I need to buy some switches. You guys see this this Geon, the Geon sale? There's like a bunch of crazy like deals here, and I'm thinking of buying. But the thing about buying from Geon on the Switch sale is that like you have to buy a lot of switches because shipping almost completely kills the deal. You know, like actually not completely, but it kind of does. It kind of does. So like for example, they have one JWK switch, the Hades switch, that's like 50% off, which is, if you think about 50% off on switches, that's a really good deal. Cherry switches and a bunch of other switches, I think, are all like at least 25% off. So I might buy like a ton of cherry black switches, then just start doing all these old TKLs. I might redo the Litster because I like those cherry clears. But I might redo the Litster in cherry blacks, and then I might just end up doing my my KMAC LE in cherry blacks because it's just like they're good switches, they're classic switches, they feel good, they're not expensive, they're not hard to get. It's just like a good combo of just like, okay, these are boards that are like nice, but I'm not going to use them. You know, these TKLs, these random TKLs I have. They're nice, but I'm not going to use them. So I might as well just put something in there that's classic, but like also easy to get. You know, what I've been interested in trying are the Keeb front switches. I don't know if I'm interested, or if I know about the Keeb front switches. What is this? Keeb front switches. They make their own switches? Oh. I've never seen these. Honeycomb? I wonder who manufactures these. This is a really weird site. I gotta tell you, this site is very non-conventional. Doesn't really say who's manufactured these, but if I were to make a guess, let's says key for now. I'm gonna guess it's Texi, but I don't know. It could be anybody. I'm not even sure. Doom switches. These are cool colors. I gotta tell you, these colors are really cool. I like that. Oh hey, it's Maker Mods Ben. Okay. Back to it. Hey, you know what's kind of funny is the color match. The color match of this 6085 injection molded plastic to my my all brass my all brass PP60. It's pretty much the same board. Big claims of being boba killers with the Doom switches. Ooh. Yeah, I got some switches to pick up for sure. Oh, build done. Building some cherry blacks right now. They're really next level with some love. For sure. For sure. Oh, that's cool. It even came with a cable too. I didn't even notice. That's cute. Thank you, KBD fans. Dude, I'm excited. I'm actually, wow. I was like kind of dreading this build, just knowing, like, just thinking that I had to do like adhesive gaskets. But now I'm like, I was dreading it, but now I'm actually excited. Like, I'm like, whoa, this seems really cool. Oh yeah, it does look like a great cable. Yeah. Yeah. That is cool. Alrighty. So, what I need is the PCB, which we're going to test. Alright, so let me get VIA open. I'm going to unplug this. Just thinking of cables I'd love to get for board matching. Oh, that's bright. That's a bright boy. Damn, do I really need this right now? How do you... Man, I don't have switches in here, so it's like not easy to turn this off. I wish you could just like turn this off. Effect off, off. Yeah, oh, it really looks off right now. That's very off. Alright, I guess just don't look at this if you're annoyed by it as much as I am. But probably not, because it's just on your screen. It's not blinding you guys, I don't think. If that's off with it, consider on. When I started experimenting with different switches, I got really anti-cherry for a while, but I swung back to cherries. They just sound nice. I feel like a lot of members in the hobby have kind of done that. All right, let me also update the layouts here. We'll do bottom row 7U. No, what the who would use that? What the? And then split backspace. Just map escape to underglow toggle, then hit remap escape. Okay, that's actually a good idea. Lighting. Is it RGB toggle? Okay. Oh, what a brilliant idea. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we already know the drill here, right? Let's see, backspace, left control. Oh, we gotta do split right shift. What the? Oh, we almost forgot about that. Right shift. MO1. Win left alt. Right win, right alt. Right win and right control. Then layer 1. So caps lock. Can relate to the anti-cherry to cherry appreciation vibe too. I think when I returned from the hobby, there were so many switches that it's just like, okay, I guess I'll just like listen to other people, see what's popular right now, and just hop in. And I mean, right now it's funny because now there's so many that people I think are just tired, and it's just like, oh, let's just go back to cherry. I feel like that's kind of what happened. All right. Up, left, right, down, home, page up, and page down. Star slash, plus minus. And honestly, it's like if I really wanted to, I'll just open up VIA and put all these back in. It's like I don't need these. I never use these. So I think that's mostly it. There is these 3 guys. Okay. And then we'll get rid of that. And I think that's it. Okay. So we'll do some testing. Sonus, what's going on? Welcome. Sonus, I didn't know you streamed. I saw you were streaming, but like in the background, and then I realized I had a meeting. So I couldn't. I kind of got locked. I got stun locked by this meeting I had to jump on too. I didn't know you streamed. I gave you an off-stream follow. Hey, shouts out to Sonus, by the way. Nope. Did I miss one? There we go. Seems really laggy. All right, let me go back up. Okay. I heard a few peeps talking about the broken in blacks from R&D KBD, so I got a few lubed, filmed one, and went. Frank was kind of breaking some blacks for me when I was building my F1. I lubed, filmed, and spring swapped them. Tried other builds since then, but I keep just going back to the F1. Hey, I need to get that black win key F1, guys. FYI. About to do the same thing. I try and watch his streams, but it's usually when I go to sleep, or I'm sleeping, or just waking up. No problem, thank you. I just have a couple builds lying around, and thought it'd be a little funner building them together with people, so I started making it like a weekly thing. So far, I got the project. I got projects the year out. After that, I don't know what to do. I see. Yeah, it's not easy doing like personal collections only. I think I'm fortunate to just have a large collection, but I think that might kind of be a big reason why I don't know. Some streamers of old that I've really liked might have just kind of stopped, in addition to just, you know, life. But, you know, if you keep going at it, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. My good golly, I'm forgetting how much I hate the DZ60 because there's all these, like, the 2U shift. It's like I can't even tell what I'm looking at right now. I think it's all the ones on the left. What a terrible, terrible design. I can't believe someone came up with this. The 2U shift, or the, you know, the arrow key 60%. Oh, bro. Oh my god. Tofu times with the big raid. Nico Steven, thank you for the follow. Frankie Vu, thank you for the follow. My guy Tofu, how are you? How's your stream? Hope you're doing well. Arigato Roboto, thank you for the follow. All right, so we missed one. I gotta find it. Never easy to. What are we up to tonight? We just started off this D60 build, the d60lite specifically, and I gotta tell you, man, I was dreading this build, just knowing it's like, you know, a cheap injection molded build, but I also was dreading it because I've done an aluminum D60, like I have an aluminum D60, and it had the adhesive pour-on gaskets with that, like, you know, the four-walled channel for adhesive gaskets. I hate when keyboards are designed like that, but much to my surprise, I guess I just never watched any of these previous D60lite proto builds from like last year. This is not using that adhesive gasket like mounting method, so I'm actually really excited. It's using those gasket socks. I'm really excited to build this because this is the first time I've actually seen it. So yeah, I feel very positive right now. I figure if I just stream one day a week, this will equal out to like 5 years or something nice. Chris, reach to the sky with that one. Give your energy to Chris. Guys, everybody, welcome from Tofu Stream. Let us know what you're up to, and hope your evening's going well. We are trying to slowly figure out how well this is working, and it's just hard to with these DZ60s sometimes because you don't know what's what really. I'm sure that this PCB is fine. Let's face it. I'm sure it is, but we gotta test it, I guess. All right, this is probably good enough. Broser Chris blessing us with the stream back to back. Yes, as mentioned, I am gonna try to do Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays for as often as I can. Next week for sure. Actually, the week after next week, I actually have a show to shoot on a Monday night. But for the foreseeable future-ish, I'm gonna try to get in Monday streams. And I'm going to try to continue with my Tuesday, Thursdays, which I know I myself haven't even been adhering to very well over the last several weeks here. Fully aware. All right, one quick second. Apparently, wait, is it? It's October now? All right, give me 1 second. I have like a little personal calendar that just has a bunch of prospective things I could work on, and I'm just moving some stuff around. you know the deal. All right. Okay, let's continue along. Okay, let me see. I respect all y'all that can stream regular period. It takes a lot of commitment to be consistent about it. Yeah, for sure. Better safe than sorry. Especially have a full-time job, hard as balls with my schedule. Yeah. Do you work full-time as well? Yes. Yes. I work 9 to 5. Chris, it's been October for like 2 weeks. Where you been, man? It's just, it's easy to forget, man. It's easy to forget what month it is. Very easy. All right, for anyone who's just tuning in, want to see what I'm building, this is the EPBT 6085 version or themed d60lite. And what's funny is how close it matches to the all brass PP60. All right, I am going to grab another work mat. So I'll be right back. Instead of work like 7 to 15, 7 to 3. Then I can go home early. Me, I want an all brass PP60. All right, I am also gonna quickly. Shit, I don't have a keyboard plugged in. Remind myself that I have to wash these other disc mats. Big PP vibes. I have for the first time made a keyboard with a split right shift and it's weird. Do you use your right shift? I used to use my right shift. I think when I was younger I'd learned that you're supposed to use the right shift when capitalizing letters on the left side of your board. And I used to actually do it, but then I don't know, I dropped the habit. So I don't really use my right shift anymore, but I need that function. No, but using the function all over to the right, I normally just have it on a right win. I see. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, we're gonna do some, we're gonna lube some stabilizers. Interesting what they've included here. Oh, I just realized. Okay, so there's that. There's a separate bag for all the other stuff that wasn't stabilizers. That's what all of this is. I need that. Yeah, what are these? I don't know what these are. Are these Oh, interesting. Are these supposed to be like the paper washers? But they're like not paper? Like they're normally like when you get like Durox and stuff, they're like red. And then even when you normally had gotten like GMK or Cherry screw-in stabilizers, they used to be like clear. But now it looks like they're black and adhesive. The adhesive part of it is really interesting. Are they adhesive? Rubber washers? I don't know what they are. I don't know what the material is exactly. There's a little bit of a sheen to it, so it might be rubber, it might be anything. But I'd not seen this before where they're like, they seem to be adhesive, so now that they won't just fall out of place. Hey, shouts, hey, KB fans, bro, KB fans on the come up, man. I'm telling you guys, this is like a lot more, this is a lot nicer than I was expecting. I'm actually like kind of confused right now. This is not the KBD fans I remember. I said this in Tofu stream, but I recently got the Ramakara, and I'm just not used to the HHKB layout. Oh, HHKB is a goat, man. All my boards are HHKB. The goat, man. Okay, so we got some fangs to clip. Unfortunately, now we have like some new Hako wire cutters, so hopefully this will come and snap off a little bit more cleanly. I hope. I did a stabilizer design and somehow need to prototype it. Oh. What? Stabilizer design? Stoked for my 40% HHKB to come in so I could break my brain learning how to use it. Oh, that's going to be a little tough. Okay, so I think these are case screws. These long black look like M2. Okay, so we got these. Here's some screws and washers. Okay, so let's start clipping these. I'm gonna do these under the desk so they don't fly as far as they don't fly farther than they need to. Oh, this clips so much more cleanly than my old ones. All right, 2 down, 4 to go. Now, what's funny is I could use one of my nail clippers, one of my many nail clippers. But we are using this wire cutter because this is also brand new. Oh, that was one of the cleanest ones, I think. Clean cut. Take it with a grain of salt. I just don't think I have, or I don't think I have any idea what I'm doing. I just measure and design stuff. It's all you need to do. It's half the battle. All you got left is execution. Got an artisan case, macro pad, tray mount 60%, and screw trays already prototyped. Turned out pretty well, but sheesh, money is not infinite for me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little tiny bit surprised that there aren't more really nice tray cases. Like, I think maybe just the market for that must be really low because people who are really into the hobby like are probably trying to move away from tray cases, and then people who are just new to the hobby are probably going for the cheapest possible tray cases. So maybe there's no market for nice tray cases, but still. Right. Suppose mechanics found their place. I see. Yes, the Balder is sick as fuck. There are some old custom trays, like custom tray cases, like Duck has a couple, right? The Duck has the Eagle V1, Viper V1, Raven and Sidewinder. What else is tray based? That's nice. The Duck Poker, the Duck Mini, which is I guess the second version of the Duck Poker. Yeah, I guess they're mostly all from Duck. He's really nice. Hammer, the guy who does Hammerworks CRP. I believe that's the same guy who did the 60% case from like 2013. I'm gonna be looking over the keyboard trying to find where everything is. They only do like DZ60 and 65 compatibility trays. I see. Yeah, no, I guess mechanics would be good. I wish there were more creative solutions for HHKB trays. And I'm not gonna lie, like in retrospect, I wish that I bought the 5-degree case. I never bought the 5-degree case. I've always just asked people for their 5-degree blockers. Okay, it's time to do some lubing. I'm like procrastinating hard right now. What time is it? It's 10, almost 10:30. It's a good resume. Yeah, you got a lot of designs. That's kind of a lot, man. Okay, I'm a fan of the fact that I'm a fan of what they included here in this kit. I'm not gonna lie. This d60lite, I mean, okay, maybe I'm speaking too soon, but thus far, this d60lite has basically exceeded all of my expectations, and I think that that's really important, right? Like, I think expectations are really, really important. And for the fact that I forgot what I had bought, a year ago, and for what the price was, what I'm seeing here just gives me a really, really good feeling about this board. Like, I would say more so than the Ramakara did. Not gonna lie. Comment and Wander are welcome. It's a good board. I remember being really surprised. It's like, again, injection molded had me thinking that it would be comparable to the Ramakara, but this looks better than the Ramakara already. The fact that it's a d60lite made me think that it would be comparable to the d60. It's different. It's pretty different. So, in a good way. Drop some pics. Yeah, if you want to post up some pics of your designs, feel free to drop it. PCB just shipped. We'll see soon. Nice. Also, I need more. I do need more PCBs very soon. I really, really wish that I bought in on that Heine PCB sale on Novel Keys. That was a pretty fatal mistake. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty fatal mistake not buying like 10 more PCBs. Because that, I could have saved like $50. It's like a $5 off every PCB, every 60% H60. I blew it. Why do you need so many PCBs though? I have all these like secondary builds for PCBs that either have corner connectors, like that standard PCB look where it's either a corner USB connector or a JST that just uses like the universal daughter board. I got a lot of builds. Yeah, DZ60 compatibility. I mean, I guess even the DZ60 is based around the GH60, which is based around the poker. And then they started doing like the JST daughter board breakout, which I guess is a little bit different. Is it really all just poker? Yeah, it's all a poker 3. Yeah. Like, a lot of boards out there use it. Like, I mean, off the top of my head, like, the boards that I have, right? Like, d60, d60lite. I mean, I could just pull up the collection. Why do I... Why go off the top of my head? That's not necessary. Let me show y'all. Tofu, Honeyboard, Sangyo 60, even though you see I used the wrong, I used the JST one. But then this is supposed to be a connector keyboard. What else we got? CLS SXH, this random 2-in-1 that's sold by KBD fans and YMDK and whatever other generics. D60, Sirius, Balder, Switch Guitars Electrotype 60. There's a possible chance that a lot of the Duck ones are. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a chance. At least the Duck V1, the Eagle V1 actually might be also compatible. These random plastic injection molded like tray cases, bunch of stacked acrylics like this old ass one from Elixir Zai from like 10 years ago. PH60, this concrete keyboard. The KMAC Happy actually, no, actually that one has like the long extended connector. This is just another tray case here. This resin Allopow case. It looks like a bowling ball. Brutal 60. TX60 might need an extension one like the KMAC Happy. I think it might. Blade 60. Yeah, Eagle V1. This old hammer case that I was just referring to. Profit. All these guys. This bent this bent plate case called the Infinity. Also used one. All of these guys. They all just use that standard one. And then in terms of like the K. Uses just like the H60. The H60 is like almost the same thing, but it has like, you know, there's the version of it that's the JST. The K does it. Let me think. What else uses it? The Y6 does. It's hard to know about some of these other ones. I think the Piggy 60, like some of these just might, but I'm not 100% sure. Piggy 60, Pandora Trio 60 might. I don't think the Falcon does. Z60 might. J02 is. I don't think Hello M0110 is. These I'm not quite sure. But PP60 is. Sorry, I paused a bit. I gotta continue along with this while this is still in hand. More PCBs in all seriousness will ensure any given board longevity for long lifetime use, pending that they won't die easily. Also different builds. Yeah. So like, and then on top of that, for me, it's that like, you know, when you buy multiple plates, like you can just buy another PCB like just off the shelf if it's like this sort of standard look, which a lot of these are. And then these proprietary ones are just like, yeah, they might be cool because they're proprietary, but then they're just like, you know, how easily can you just replace it? Thoughts on the QK60 HHKB design? Oh, that's, you know, I've been meaning to talk to you guys about that, the QK60. What do you guys think of the QK60? As you guys feel free to think about it and type it out. You know, I'm going to be perfectly honest. It would be an insta-buy for me if it had solder PCBs. I'm just like, I know that I only use one layout, and I know that it's an HHKB. I'm fully aware. But I don't like hot swap. Like, I don't like this idea that, like, hot swap sockets can fail. I don't like this idea that, like, depending on the switch and the materials used in the switches, it might just be really, really hard to like insert into hot swap sockets. I don't like how, like, I don't like how you're more at risk of ruining a leg when it like bends through because it's such a narrow like hole to push through compared to like a regular solder hole. So in general, and then on top of that, I have a bunch of soldering equipment, so I just gotta feel like I gotta justify it. I like soldering, so it's like I have nice soldering equipment. So like hot swap kind of defeats the purpose of all that. So there is a solder PCB. I did not see hold on. I did not see a solder PCB. Let me see this again. Oh, you got me. You got me curious here because I did not see a solder PCB here. Last I checked. Chris said, y'all got me fucked up. No. Okay. Okay, so hot swap. So there's that. And then extra parts. These are PCBs as far as I can tell, but they don't specify that they're solder or hot swap. I just assume they're hot swap, but maybe I shouldn't have assumed that. I guess I got it mixed up with the wireless version. Well, the one thing that becomes interesting is, so the details, I'm not gonna lie, this is really, the QWERTY Keys page, like the QWERTY Keys website is kind of weird looking, so it's really hard to read. But on top of it being really hard to read, is there's these weird details here as well, which explains that, so there's a few weird caveats here, which is, if you buy, there's something here about how if you go wired, like if like you're in the process of buying the actual QK60 and you choose wired and then you go and get a wireless PCB, he'll cancel your order. That's like a weird thing. Like I kind of get why he did it after I like tried to read and figure out his explanation for that. The idea is that like he's not including batteries with the extras. So he's only going to ship one battery max per order. If you're getting a wired version, that means you're not getting a battery. But if you get like a wired version and then you add extras for wireless, then you're not getting any batteries at all and he'll just cancel your order. I found that a little weird, but okay. The next thing on top of that is he mentioned that there's two different plates. So if you go with wired, it has a plate that's different from wireless. Like the wireless plate is actually different. The wired plate has more cutouts and is compatible with the wireless one, but if you just get a wireless one, he's not going to give you that plate. So there's like a bunch of weird little caveats to like buying this. Yeah, and on top of that, it's only hot swap. But I gotta tell you guys, as much as I don't like hot swap, I'm actually still thinking about getting it. I actually did buy I did get on a hot swap group buy, I think a month or two ago, which was the Tetrix, the Tetris themed keyboard, which was a guy who wanted like a Tetris themed keyboard. Not just that, but he was really, really committed to this idea of doing multi-layout hot swap. I don't know why. Like, to me, that's not that cool. But, like, I would have just preferred if it was solder. But, like, the idea of having a Tetris-inspired keyboard just intrigued me enough that I wanted to buy it. This also intrigues me enough to want to buy it for a couple reasons. One is the wired plate comes with like it's hot swap and it comes with split space. And as you guys know, I used to shill 313 space bars big time before I actually tried it. Then when I tried it, I hated it. This doesn't have 313. This one has like it's weird. I think it does like 1 225 275, or you could swap the one to the other side or something like that. It does something like that, and you can actually just see it on the one of these PCBs. Yeah, it does this thing, 1 225 275 1, and then you could swap these two. Which I I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't think that this is gonna look good, but I want to try it because what I can venture to see here is that, you know, knowing that 7 is the middle, this is where the middle of the space bar is. This is where my thumb rests, is right in the middle, because I'm a right thumb spacebar user. And I want to be able to just try it in a hot swap board and not commit to it like so fully via like a, you know, an actual like solder board. So I want to be able to try it. But then it also intrigues me the fact that you can get a wireless board for this, like a nice wireless board for this cheap. So this is my whole thing about the QK60. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but you guys could see here, I did put this in my cart. And I'm still debating on if I want to buy one or the other or both, or if I want to buy it at all. Like, considering how nice like this appears to be. I don't know how it's actually going to be, but it appears to be a pretty nice board, and I'm thinking about it. Okay, I missed a bunch of messages so during my whole rant, so let's go back and see here. Okay, Sonus, earlier I see that your I'll start here. That's one of the things I'm afraid of doing cheap 60%. Is it that it isn't GH60 compatible and possibly that will make people look bad at it? I think that the idea of doing a cheap 60%, if you still opt to go with like the daughter board breakout, like via JST, like I would personally say that like the H60 is still GH60 compatible whether you have the USB connector or not. Like it still just kind of fits the mold. So like you could always go with that, and then like in that respect it's like it's still pretty compatible. So anyways, love staring at the Balder. Let's see. That's why I like mil-maxing boards. I don't know. I mean, isn't the idea of mil-maxing still, it's like, it's not a Kale hot swap socket, but it's still like the idea is hot swapping. It is hot swap. I just got mixed up with the wireless. I was going to get a wireless one, buy a wired PCB. Yes. Maybe a parcel service policy with lithium. That's what I was thinking. Like it's probably some kind of battery limitation in shipping. Being a pain, yeah. Technique, by the way, welcome. So you can't buy it kitted with wireless and buy extra wired and still get the good plate. That I'm not 100% sure. I don't think they made that 100% clear. Like say you just buy a second PCB and it's wired, and then you don't buy the like an extra plate, like a second plate, but you only just buy a second wired PCB. I don't know if they give you the good plate. I have no idea. And one split backspace wireless will be my first HHKB layout and first split backspace, so I'm real curious how bad it's gonna mess me up. Oh, it's gonna be perfect. I guarantee it. Oh, a pink one. No, I'm thinking about doing a clear and mint, which I think they've shown a couple of different renders and maybe photos. But I think that this will look really, really good with Yuri Sky Data, I think. And this is really reminiscent of the Y6, except instead of a white top, it's a PC clear top. I've been here for like 40 minutes. Was good. Oh, did I miss any messages from you earlier? My bad if I have. But welcome and thanks for the lurk if you were lurking. Okay, buy 3. I did go with a 225-2751 bottom row with a hot swap Chiru Designs Chiron. I don't know if I'm pronouncing Chiru or Chiron right. Burrowing Owl, welcome, by the way. How did you like it, out of curiosity? I'm a right thumb spacebar user, so like that's a big deal for me. Let me know. Let me know how you liked it. I'm curious. Bro, I want clear top, mint bottom, gold weight. I want to get this chroma weight. I've never had any weight that looked like this before. Same as you, right thumb only. I did enjoy it. Okay. If you ever have a chance, try 313. like your PCB and plate need to allow for it. If you ever get a board that allows for 313, I'm curious to see if you hate 313 as much as I do, because as a right thumb user, my thumb just lands right in the center of 7U. So that means my space target is now reduced from 7 units to 1 unit, whereas I thought that it would land on the right 3 unit, which sucks. Okay. I feel like my thumb would fall on the border between the 1U and the right 3U. I can imagine it happening. That's kind of what mine did, sort of. But mostly, it was mostly centered on that one middle one, and my target just felt not as good. Felt small, so... But what's interesting about 313 is that I don't think there's any PCBs that allow for it yet, but the way the stabilizer structure is set up on a 313, so we can take a look at something like this, is that like the outer edges are shared with 7U, and then the inner edges, they could be shared to have a middle 3U spacebar. The part that's challenging is the fact that there's no PCB I'm aware of that does 1-1 and 1-1 here, or 2U and 2U here. Not that the latter 2U ones are you're gonna really have good spacebar or key set compatibility with it, but I haven't really seen PCBs that do like they fill this out with 1-3U right in the center. That's just a skill issue. Thrash and Tony, welcome. Okay, I gotta move on here. We gotta work on some stabilizers, don't we? All right. So we got some BDZ. Let's do some BDZ. Still staring at a Y6 box down to the left of me. That TL. Did you built it, right? Did you enjoy it, or is it still unbuilt? Not unbuilt. Oh, you still got it unbuilt. Ooh. Are you gonna go with those Y6 themed Texies too? What if it was 225, 2.5, 225? I think the huge problem with that is who produces a 2.5 unit key? He enjoys it unbuilt. Oh, fair. Y6 Texie switches. Oh, it's the ones that I use. I forgot what they were called. Let me find out. Texie Diamonds. I think they might have also had like a different name on other vendors. Like they might have been called like Jadeite or something. I don't know. But look up Texie Diamonds. They're what I built my Y6 with. And then I ran Deku on it, so it's like it's totally themed. Isn't 225 a full right shift? It's left shift. So that would be cool to use 225, 225 on either side, because there's a lot of key sets that include 2 left shifts. I think for the purposes of using it on like an Alice style board. But then you'd lose. You need a second one to begin with if you were using a 225. Left shift in the first place. Diamond's probably gonna use those for the numpad. Got enough, just enough for a numpad build, and got CO buttons sticker. I don't know if I'm familiar with that last thing. Ah, shit. Damn. So, oh shit. You know, like, I was thinking, okay, this is a cheap ass board. It includes these cherry screw-ins, right? And I don't know if you guys know, but it's just like I'm not a big fan of these stabilizers because the wires pop pretty easily. So I was just thinking, okay, if this is a cheap board that I'm not going to like anyways, then I might as well just use the stabilizers that came with it. But then I'm realizing, like, what if I actually really like this board? In which case, I'm going to wish that I might have put some better stabilizers in it. But at the same time, when does popping really actually happen? It happens when you're removing keycaps and stuff, right? Or you're just doing a lot of fiddling. And if this is like a themed board, you know, the 6085 theme, then it's like, well, I'm just gonna keep the keycaps on the whole time. Like, I'm not gonna really mess with it. So, toothpick mod exists. Toothpick mod. No, the toothpick mod is referring to the screw or the clip-ins, right? These are still screw-ins. My personal problem is like the fangs that hold the wire, not the clips that go into the PCB. So these are cherry screw-ins or GMK screw-ins or whatever. So when the wires can sometimes just pop out because these kind of get a little bit loose. She made a sticker for those switches. You bought them from Lube Switches. I see. Okay. One more. What's nice is they're so not tight that the wire goes in really easily, but that doesn't excuse the fact that it could pop out so easily. I've seen people use a hot glue gun to prevent the wires from popping out. Really? Does it still retain like the necessary torsion? I don't know if I want to go to that extent. I would worry about that. Though I haven't tried it, but that worries me a little. It worries me just a little bit. Okay. I'm going to grab a little cloth here. Clean this up. BDZ, as we all know, very, very messy. Okay, let's begin here. So, I hate that it has that, but I'm pretty sure it's this. And I guess the easiest way to check that is just overlay the plate, just to be certain. Yeah. That seems right. Shit, upside down. I don't want to jinx how I feel about this board, but I feel pretty good. Not trying to jinx it, but this is a good board so far. We just have to see if it holds up to being entirely finished. I guess your only solution is replace them with TX tapes. stabilizers. I think, honestly, I've never hated Duroc V2. I think Duroc V2 is great. Okay, so I'm going to try these guys out. Looks like these are adhesive. Was that part of the... Is that part of the song? Or was that my phone? I think that was part of the song. Nice. So it's like, it's not a strong adhesive, which is perfect. It is adhesive, but like really weak, and really weak is all you really need. Dude, I feel like KB Defense has moved to like another level. I like this. Part of the song as an old MSN or AOL IM send. I see. I keep my music really quiet so my mic doesn't pick it up, because I've definitely gotten like claims when I upload my VODs to YouTube. Part of me wonders, was I supposed to put the adhesive side down on the PCB? Or was I supposed to put it on the was I supposed to put it up onto the bottom of the screw head? I wonder. Putting them on the PCB. Sticking to the other side of the PCB. Okay. Alright. I've never done these adhesive washers before. And it's crazy that they give you so much. They like give you a lot of these. Like way more than you need. Alrighty. I should like rate my keyboards. I mean, they'd all pretty much be 5 stars unless they're not HHKBs or if they have adhesive pour-on gasket channels. In which case they'd be 0s. Are these Hirose switches stock? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that whole thing. So yeah, I'm going to be running Hirose switches on this. They are tuned. They are lubed and filmed. And they have the stock spring, which are kind of heavy. I last ran this on a K-Mac Happy a long ass time ago, but I don't know if you guys know much about Hirose switches, or at least if you know about my Hirose switches. Apparently Sinvec, I think it was Sinvec earlier, has said he has heard other Hirose switches and they're not good, and I will venture to kind of agree. Hirose switches, not very good. Did I lose a screw? Damn it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they're super scratchy. Okay, so I'd never known after like I personally just tried my own. I found them to be crazy scratchy, and I just thought like, man, did I get some bad ones? Because for some reason, I don't know why these are highly sought out and expensive if they feel like this. You know? I just paid $80 for both Cuphead vinyls. Actually freaking good. That's how, wait, where is it? Is it on I am 8-bit or Sonus? Could you drop the link? Or is there is it like aftermarket? Okay, that's I am 8-bit. Okay, I gotta pick those up. Yeah, they're super scratchy. But even worse about Hirose switches, which again was why I thought I was putting these like stupidly expensive switches that are bad in a build that I won't like. But I might actually like this build, so it's like I have to rethink all of this, but you know, maybe in the future I'll rebuild this to something I do like. The thing that's really bad about it is that the stem is not like, it's pretty irregularly shaped in comparison to like other MX based switches. So essentially they'll ruin a lot of different types of keycaps. Not only will they ruin them, or not only can they ruin them, but even if you're just like trying to like be careful with it, it's hard to actually mount normal keycaps with them other than the keycaps it came with. But one specific keycap that I found that mounts pretty well on it specifically is EPBT. EPBT actually seems to mount really well onto Hirose switches. And I noticed this back then, and then, you know, this board being a themed d60lite board also did come with EPBT keycaps. And I just checked again right before stream, and it's like, yeah, no, this feels like this can mount pretty well. So that's kind of why I chose it. Like, it's like, what better use than a build that's kind of funky? And maybe I will keep them, even if they're scratchy as shit, because I don't know, like maybe that's just the theme. The theme of the old board, you know? Also, I don't recall ever putting in a heavy switch in the oh, I forgot these are 3-pin. I don't think I made a heavy switch, like a spacebar switch, but like these are pretty heavy switches anyways, so like, you know, whatever. Just went out for pre-order Q1 23. Okay, I gotta take a look at that a little bit later. But thanks for dropping that link. So since they're not 5-pin, aligning this is likely to be very annoying. Admittedly. But what we can do for now is, if we're just mounting these stabilized keys, we'll go and do that just to test and see that our lube job is alright. Also, I have 3 different alpha kits. So maybe we'll run a poll on which ones I should use. Got a jet. Thanks for the entertainment. Night, folks. Hey, Punk Shoot, thanks so much for being here. Always a great pleasure. Always. There's the enter key. What I found kind of interesting about this is that I think this, like, it pretty much only came with the keys needed for HHKB. Sounds pretty good to me. Okay. If it needs some adjustments, we can most definitely just inject some lube in there. It remains to be seen. I feel like if that light rattling thing is not just the fact that I have this plate all wobbling and hitting like the top because I don't have anything mounted to the top, then we'll do some injection later. All right, so the hard part from this point now is the fact that it's not hot swap. And we're trying to solder 3-pin into here. And some of these holes are really wide. So let's see what happens here. I specifically chose not to use hot swap. And then I'm now realizing, well... Alright, 3 plate forks, as usual. What will this amount to? At worst, the whole PCB is just going to fall off, but we should just be able to lay it back down when we flip it over anyways. I think this goes here. Oh, some of these get really loose in this plate, so... Oof. Oof. Thankfully, there's not too many of these. Like, they're mostly just going to be in the right place anyways, so... Ah, shit. I was wrong. Interesting flex cuts on this plate. Very interesting. And very, very weird. The fact that these don't really click in. This is definitely gonna need like the single leg pushes for alignment. A little surprised because I mean, I guess I don't know why I'm surprised, but maybe normally would have anticipated that it would be an alu plate, not polycarbonate, but you know, I guess it's all the rage to have these things be flexy as it has been. might have somewhere near a perfect amount of switches for HHKB here, because I remember I didn't buy a whole lot more than 60, as I'm recalling. Oh wow, was this exactly 60? I wonder if I had some spares. I thought I bought like 62 or something. I think I broke one. I broke at least one. Like there's something that kind of might have gone awry with one of them. Okay, here's the flip. Wish me luck. Alright, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's check to see that all the legs are good. And the answer to that is no. Oh, that one just fell out because of course. Of course it did, and of course it would. But this one's no good. Alright, currently using my eagle eyes, but it looks like one just popped out again. Eagle eyes. Oh my god, they just fall out. You know, this is bad. You know what I'm anticipating is when you end up typing this, typing on this, I don't know if I can use these. You're gonna end up with a situation where the plate is gonna want to like retreat itself from the switch. What I missed, kid popped up and had to handle dad duties. We just started mounting these and I'm foreseeing issues because they're so loose that they'll just easily pop out, which is really, really bad when you're running like PC on like loose switches. Because what's gonna happen, you're gonna type and then the plate is gonna slip off where it's supposed to clip in on the switches. So I don't think this will really work, unfortunately. And that sucks. Like it's happening like right here. Like you're gonna type here. I mean, we could try it, but it doesn't feel promising. Yeah, that just fell out. Yeah, these are really loose. Oh, 8 Bitterness. Thank you for the follow. D60lite. If I just search up D60lite on KBD fans, I'm curious if there's some information on what you can possibly get. I just searched D60lite. You don't really get much by way of like things that are like extras. It's like you don't, there's no like plate files, for example. d60lite plate file. Oh, actually, oh, you could get a step file. d60lite new version. Also a step file. Okay. So what I think would be worthwhile, or what could be worthwhile, is printing this out in Palm, which I'm just like, damn it, I should have done this in my last Pinocchio order, because Pinocchio always has this like $14 like overhead fee. And then maybe putting a Palm plate with like really tight cutouts would actually make this a lot better. Because I'm hesitant to actually run this build like this. I could just go with some other switches, but I really wanted to use these just to make use of the keycaps. There is something else we could do, which is like any sort of problematic switch, any sort of problematic cutout. We could like add tape to the sides. But it's just like, it's a lot of work. Like more work than I would have anticipated. Like you'd have to put it on every single one. What do you guys think? Should I proceed? Should I run a poll? I gotta check what possible other switches I could use, because it seems like there's a chance here that the cutouts are just a little too wide, which kind of calls for you to use like really tight switches. Seems kind of sketchy, not gonna lie. I would try other switches and see if it makes it better. What switches do I have ready up? I have... Okay, so you know what's funny? Is that we experienced this problem before with the Trio 60 and red inks, which I have the red inks literally right here, because we desoldered these yesterday. Now, my question is, how do these fare, or how do these compare? And what I'm kind of immediately noticing is that I think red inks are even tighter than these Hirose switches. So now I'm a little curious. If there's any spec found for the Hirose switch. So I made it to this Desk Authority wiki page, which actually doesn't spec this out perfectly. Yeah, maybe it's just not. Translate? Can we translate this? They really don't have the auto translate? Wow. That's cool. It's like a Hirose brown. Yeah, those just like slip out. Yeah, man, these are just like way more. Like they're Gateron red inks. Like I feel like notorious for being loose, and these are actually tight in this plate. So I think it's kind of a switch problem. Like I don't know if you're meant to use Hirose switches on like PC. Or Palm. I found a guy who in 2020 posted a video using Hirose orange switches with a polycarbonate half plate, which is concerning. I gotta say, it's a little concerning considering that, like, did he swap out the bottoms for 5-pin? Because if you're running half plate with a 3-pin, that's kind of interesting. Oh man, I'm curious, man. What should I do? Oh, I think you know what the tightness comes from on the red inks is actually coming from the fact that it's 5-pin. I think that's actually the key. Because this will otherwise it'll slide around, but still less so than the Hirose. Jesus. All right. I don't know if you guys see this, but let me go to the overhead. PZ pretty floppy. I can kind of hear like some of these switches wriggling out, and a couple of them have already popped out. The ones that have popped out have primarily been some of these wider ones. The wider cutouts like the function key, the two at the split backspace. And then that's kind of it. But the otherwise, yeah, the clip area, the clips themselves are really thin. And then I guess that area that it clips to is also like thick or something. Is Hirose just a vintage Japanese cherry? That's my understanding. I see. So this weird thing of foam isn't gonna do anything. Just because it does, like, it is supposed to sit on the PCB. Now this weird guy here, you know, this foam that I don't like. I wonder. I'm trying to do anything to sort of save this, because like I really want to use the Hirose switches here, but it just seems like I can't. Or like I can, but it's gonna end up being very goofy. Very. What if you double stack the foams? Goofy but possible red pill. I don't think the foams are gonna solve anything, to be honest. The best solution is the one that I kind of mentioned, which is like you kind of have to like tape all of the cutouts. So like, here's an example. Like, I'm just gonna do this real quick, and we'll see how horrible this becomes. But I've become curious. I just gotta find out. All right. I have here these like circular stickers. Like, I'm just now curious. Like, the idea would be, like, these, the reason why I use these stickers, or why I'm even referencing these stickers, is because, like, they're kind of already small pre-cut pieces that I could just peel off a piece of a paper. But, like essentially, the idea here is, like, you kind of reduce the amount of space in the cutout. Yeah. And like, I guess like the best measure would be to do it like on every single side. But yeah, that really tightens it up. But it's just like, this is gonna be ugly as shit. This is gonna be ugly as shit, and who knows how it's gonna really affect anything. And I've only done this on 2 sides, for that matter. What do you guys think? Should I do it? I mean, if you do it on the north, south, or east, west, it might come out decent. You don't think I should do it on every side? I don't think I need to, but it's just the prospect of it is kind of funny. I think I should do it. What do you guys think? I have so many of these stickers that, like, all I was doing with them was like using it to label my brushes, because all my brushes look exactly the same. And for that matter, you know what's interesting here is, if you're feeling that, then full send, no breaks. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, we're gonna do this. See, look how easy it is. I can just like pull these out without using a switch puller. This is ridiculous. It's like, I guess I could have done this with my Trio 60 and the red inks. This guy said someone say no balls so I could do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm feeling froggy. Not necessarily the direction of the build that I thought I'd be going in tonight, but we are here. Oh shit. Hold up. Wait 1 second. Oh, there it is. I love how excited you got so quickly. No, you gotta do it. That's the key. You just gotta do it. It's time to go full stupid. These are not going to be quite as easy to sort of fold down below, or like for 1 unit spacing. Best way to do this. And especially considering, like, I kind of don't want to disturb the flex cuts that much. But it's going to be weird. I'd have to cut this even narrower than halves. I'm just gonna like go like on a rainbow path here, I think. This one I probably didn't need to cut so much, but I did. I think maybe I'll start mounting them. Oh, some of these actually kind of tight already. Some of these here at the bottom. I'm sorry, have been learning from it. Are the play holes too big? Yes, and it's a problem for many reasons. But the worst one is that they're literally just falling out, and we know this is going to be a big problem down the line, considering we've dealt with this in the past where like they'll pop out of the clip-in area on the switch. Like the plate will pop out of the clip area of the switch, and so we kind of want to prevent that. So why not just like shim this? So I'm using these little circle stickers, and I'm just cutting up, and this should work. But this is gonna probably extend the build a bit longer, which why expect anything different? Oh, Allhex, thank you for disabling followers only mode. All right, only like 60 more of these to go. This is absurd. If you think about this is really par for the course of the hobby, though. Yeah, true. Make everything as hard as possible for something more convenient later. Some of these are too big. Like this guy right here, I just did it so big, but whatever. It's like we're not gonna look at it anyways, right? I mean, maybe I'll change it later. I don't know. Not how I anticipated this build to go. Not at all. Do I like this board? The thing is, still yes. What I will say is the whole reasoning for this is the switch choice. I really want to use a very loose switch. And that's like my Achilles heel here. It might be faster if I like do all the cutting first. I've heard a few times that Hirose stems are a little different than standard MX. Is this true? Yes. So the reason why I want to use Hirose here is because this is a themed d60lite that was meant to go along with an EPBT manufactured set, which is 6085. And the interesting thing here is that EPBT specifically is something that I find that Hirose actually does seem to accept in comparison to like any other key set style or key set brand that I've tried using. So it's like this is just EPBT happens to be one of the very few that works with Hirose, and I just figure, okay, you're kind of already siloing yourself into using EPBT in the first place if you bought this kit. Like other than that, you really are only safe using the caps it came with, which was this one came from a Yamaha QX3, or using some keycaps you're willing to like have messed up. So like some OEM caps, I guess. Gordon Derp, what's going on? You've come at the perfect time to watch me do some crazy shit. I am currently trying to reduce cutout size by using these circular stickers. You see this? Hirose. Yes, yes. Hirose, as it turns out, a very not tight switch and a very not tight material here on this PC plate. I love arts and crafts. Oh god. This is really what it's become, yes. I think I'm going to redo the red one just so it looks like all the rest. Much tighter now, at least. Reminds me of the gaskets I use for some Topre boards. You know, you know what's funny about that is that I just got my S60, which is the HHKB housing. I think that was done in China. The aluminum housing. I think they made a PC version too. And you have to harvest what's it? You have to harvest real force housings for it. It's one of those style housings. I wanted to get some gaskets because I already have it and I want to build it soon. But I wanted to get some gaskets. The Unreal X Deskies ones, they're pretty damn pricey, right? But like they're cool in their design, but it's really pricey. But I didn't want to buy it because I think there's like I think Buddy's on vacation or something. So I ended up just going for the AliExpress ones you linked here before, and then I have to wait for them to come. yeah. So I guess I'm waiting. I mean, it's funny because it's like I think that by the time the AliExpress ones get here, like Unreal Keyboards is going to be back to shipping like probably just a couple days after that, but at least I still get it a little sooner. We'll see. I think they have them on Amazon, so convenient for NA people. I think they do, but not with Prime shipping. I think you still end up having to wait. But I don't remember. I remember I had some trouble finding them in the first place. But if you could find them, feel free to send them. I couldn't find them on NA Amazon easily, at least, if I recall correctly. It's been a while. I wonder, does this work? This might still be too thick, but I guess we could try it out. This doesn't, the problem is it doesn't bow. So let's try, if I slim that down, is this too thick right here? Oh, it kind of is. So there's these like remainders, and I'm trying to use the remainders, but they're not easy to use. It's like almost unusable, but okay. I'm trying to follow this rainbow sequence here. That's just on the sticker sheet. Yellow's next. Yellow might work a little better. I got all the different types, but I did read some guy who said that the one that you sent had like 3 different materials. I bought all 3 of them, but I was reading some post of a guy who basically said that one was better than the other 2. Did you find that to be the case, Gordon? I just bought some TKK roses. Are you talking about KTT roses? I don't know if I'm familiar with TKK. Do you know if they're any good? If you're referring to KTT roses, I know that if anybody here watches Alex Sotos, he's always shilling KTT roses. I have some KTT strawberries that I've tuned, but I haven't gotten to use them yet because I haven't found like a really appropriate build for it, considering that I only realized after tuning them and when I started to use them in a build that they're 3-pin, which was causing a lot of issues for me personally. But if you find 5-pin KTT roses, then they're probably going to be good. I meant TTK. TTK? Is that a third one I don't know about? Yellow, blue. Blue up next. And maybe I could split this one just right down the middle. And this will work. Bruh, I'm sorry I can't spell. All good, all good. I just want to make sure that I'm not getting it wrong. It's late, it happens. Yep. They seem much tighter now, which is good. I think, for now. That one, that one actually, some of these still shift a little. It's like they are tighter. They don't just fall out anymore, but they don't fully seem to clip. It's almost like, you know what I wished was knowing how like people just kind of know these to be scratchy. Part of me wonders if it's like more appropriate that I just like use those like JWK bottoms, because they're probably going to be smoother anyways, and they probably have better like clip teeth, if that makes sense. I noticed when I tried doing typing tests anytime after 11 or so, I'll get like 10, 20 words per minute lower than normal with a shit ton of errors. And then I give the surprise Pikachu face when I do good off of some sleep and coffee. Weird. That's weird. I wonder why. It's a mystery. The world may never figure out the reason. Okay, the question now is how hard is it going to be now that I've mounted the switches to like work on this on other rows? Let's go with orange. Maybe how many colors are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different colors. So what's 5 away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the light green. Let's use it on this side. purple. Oh, this is the worst, dude. Oh my god. Dig that old school scratching song, that shit is an art. The last song? Yeah, this is like a lo-fi trap playlist on YouTube. Chainsaw Man anime just released today. Know what to do for lunch. There's a lot of people talking about it. It's what's surprising is how I literally have not heard of it before today. Like, again, as a guy who I guess doesn't really watch anime, it's like, huh, all right. Well, all right then. And then I've been hearing that a lot of people seem to be really big fans of what they've seen so far today. I didn't know about it until it was announced last year. Didn't really know about the manga. Don't really read manga either. I see. Gonna be a while before we finish this build, I guess, because this is most definitely not quick. But I appreciate everyone's patience here. And still, some of these are still really loose. I wonder if it's because... I know why it's loose. Hold on, I need to redo this entirely. I shouldn't have done what I did with this light green one. So I got some cavity fillings today. They numbed me up good. Could not feel a thing. I think that was the most they ever numbed me up. The most I've ever been numbed up. Like, usually they numb you up and then you can still feel it like a little bit. Could not feel it at all. Dental work hits different after you stop feeling the pinch of the needle hitting you again. It's my first, like I went to the dentist for the first time in like over 4 years last month. And they were just like, you know, looking things over, doing a cleanup. I shouldn't have done what I did here. Oops. What should I have done? Red, yellow, red, purple. I should have snaked the colors. I mean, not like I can't still do that. I think it's like I should have done purple, green, pink. I'm gonna do it. This is so dumb. All right, we're only 3 hours in, so should I snake? Snaking wouldn't necessarily be the best idea either, but I still should probably shift all of this. I'm trying to have this very, like, not have any of the colors like too close or overlapping with each other. So like, what's the best way? Red, yellow. Guess that hot pink would be a good, I mean, even then. All right, I'll go with this one. Yeah, what are you doing? What a great question. I'm trying to narrow the cutouts. So I'm just like, I'm putting tape, or in this case stickers, on the north-south sides of these cutouts, just to like add something extra that the these particular switches can bite into, because they're really bad without it. So basically no one who's doing this, or no one who has a d60lite really has to do this if you're just using some switches that are not these. These are like, I guess, among the loosest switches I've ever used. Anyways, gotta get back to work, so I'm gonna leave you be. Have a great stream, Chris. Hope to catch you another time, or perhaps later. Sonus, thanks so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. I didn't even need to do that. There might be another way forward with how to use these little extra pieces. Pink. So now we have the light green. And it's purple. I've already done a lot of these. Okay. Let's try using crescent-shaped pieces. Imagine people popping this with zero context to the hobby of keyboard seeing this right now. Yeah. I mean, I would venture to say that even people who are into keyboards would wonder what it is I'm doing. just as Zero has asked. Yellow, blue. Let's grab a new blue one. This makes sense and is relatable. I don't even think you know what you're doing. I mean, you're not wrong. You know, it's kind of like can we make the best out of a, I don't want to say bad situation, just a weird situation. This would be so much less of a pain if it were half plate. I no, I disagree because these are 3-pin switches. This would not be less of a pain if it were half plate. I would argue that it would be much more. Well, we're going to get this, though. It's going to be a long, long run, but we're going to get it. I think we know what we're supposed to do now. It's just a matter of doing it. execution. Green, orange. These might be tall. I remember when you sent me those switches that I won, they were 3-pin. Whoa, they were? They were 3-pin? They were like the cherry housing light tangerine stems, right? That was a long time ago. Whoa. We actually did this with the Z60 spacebar too, now that I'm recalling. Specifically just a spacebar. I noticed it yesterday when I was desoldering. I haven't used my drop pandas for the point of them being 3-pin. I got them when I knew considerably less. Look, I say 3-pin or not. 3-pin switches are not bad. It's just they're harder to use in very specific cases. That's the big issue with them. Teal. Can't really use them for plateless or half plate. And even when you are using them in an ideal condition, the fact that there's no inherent adherence to the PCB, as it's like, you know, mounted onto a plate, that also makes it a little tough. Pink. Oh my god. That's a weird one. Green. Almost done with the second row. Just 3 more. One of them is a really short row, to be fair. Can't tell if that's red or orange. All right. 2 more long rows. Okay. Where to begin? Boy, this is gonna get really annoying. These flex cuts actually make it pretty annoying. It's like get these sort of neat. Damn. I'm like realizing. I think I'm a little bit more than halfway. A lot of work. A lot of work going into this. Oh, Ada's here. Ooh, shit. Only half left. Only. Oh, man, and I feel like... you do gotta do these one at a time, because as you kind of shift around, like, the stickers will actually pop off when there's no switches in them. Yellow, blue. Oh boy. Should have just done alu plate. Blue, green. Brass, copper, alu, and stainless steel. You like real stiff plates, huh? Unless I have a full transparent frosted board, I think I chose Ever4 or Palm for this one board. Green, orange. I've literally ever known FR4 in plateless. Wow. I like Geon's 1.2 millimeter FR4. Anything thicker is just dull for me. 1.2? That's a pretty thin plate. I wonder if there's like, instead of doing this shit that's gonna take me, you know, approximately 1 eternity. What if there are these like, what if there's like switch thickeners? Like, I feel like, you know, like for the fact that there's like films for in switches. I wonder if there would be anything like that where it would be like pink. Teal's up next. Thicken the girth of the switch. Because right now, instead of doing that, I'm like reducing the girth of the plate cutouts. Girth. Solid PPs and girthy switches. That's my kind of stream. Teal, pink. Oh, that's a pink right here. I'm trying to like level this out where the flex cuts are, just to make it like a little less ugly. It's that aspect is not going super well. It's gonna be ugly regardless. I mean, look at this shit in the first place, right? Okay, green, purple. Watch, I end up doing this and then it still exhibits the same problem where the switches like pop out. You imagine? Oh my god. Makes you feel any better, my X-Acto knife cut silicone plate dampener on my Boston is the poster child of function over form. Perfect. So you know all about this. Green, red. Painfully satisfying. I'm glad to hear that. The worst is if this doesn't work. We do all of this and then it's just like same shit, just with a bunch of bullshit on the plate. Ugh. Switch pops out instantly. Can you imagine? It kind of does right here still. It's like I might need to add an extra layer right there. I'm out of yellows. What the fuck? There's a bunch of yellows right here. What the fuck? What the H? Yellow's not the right move right here. Really is not. Yellow. I think it would be right here. We coloring? That's exactly what we're doing. Elvin, welcome. It's arts and crafts time here. Really putting the crafting and makers in crafting tonight. So, Kajata 6085 key set looks so nice. All right, Kajata, welcome. For anyone just tuning in here, we're building a d60lite 8065 themed 6085. What did I say? And one thing that has kind of come up is this is this. The board is themed for you to use this key set. The key set is EPBT. It's manufactured by EPBT. EPBT is the one type of key set that I think works really well with Hirose switches because, I don't know, Hirose switches tend to ruin other types of keycaps, but EPBT somehow seems to be completely fine. I also wanted to use them because I thought, okay, the d60lite actually, I mean, it's so cheap that I just figured, you know, it's going to be a cheap build. Hirose switches, they're not cheap, but like they're kind of unusable unless you use EPBT, and I'm not a big EPBT guy. So why not just like throw it all in here and then we can like forget about it. Turns out as we began the build, I was like, I actually like how this build is going more than I anticipated. But we hit this point here where when I was trying to throw on the Hirose switches on, they were just falling right out of the plate. So we were trying to reduce the perimeter of the cutouts so that the switches click in just a little bit more nicely. That said, this is a process that takes forever, literally forever. So that is what we are doing right now. But Kajata, Elvin, welcome, welcome. Not my favorite build so far. I thought I would have liked it a little more, but given the circumstances, I mean, kind of just have to, you know? Not my favorite, but hey, I gotta say, not as bad as the Z60, am I right? Am I right, guys? Got him. Green, orange is up next. Some of these still getting pushed out kind of easily as I just kind of manhandle it, but still, I think hopefully will still be acceptable compared to completely unacceptable without it. Idea. I got an idea. Make a gasket mounted keyboard, but the gaskets are made of metal. Award-winning design. So a sandwich mount with shims. Ooh, I got it. The The gaskets are made of metal, but the case is made of silicone. Ho ho! Ho ho! I just blew this hobby wide open. Okay, I like that. The keyboard is the gasket. There you go. Pink. Still buy some motorcycle seat gel and see how it dampens sound. What? I don't think sound should ever be dampened. What? Never dampen any sound. Okay, green, purple. It'll be really sick, a leaf spring mount keyboard, but it's an actual keyboard scale version of truck leaf spring. Oh shit, that would be crazy. Oh, I got it. Instead of leaf spring mount, spring leaves. Your keyboard is only good for about 3 months while your tree leaves are still in season. Purple, red up next. bamboo leaves from Pinocchio. Ooh. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 8 more. So that was red. We need to go back to yellow. Make a gasket mount keyboards, but you gotta use RTV gasket maker around the plate before mounting it. I'm not familiar. What is RTV gasket maker? Auto parts, basically used to make on-the-fly silicone gaskets. Auto parts, I see. Ooh. That yellow one's big. I've gotten like really lazy. I should have just kept those original big red ones right there. Could have saved a second. Yellow. Blue is next. If I just cut this in half. Almost done, guys. My God. 3 hours and about 40 minutes in. Blue and then green. I have no idea how my car works. Bro, okay. Real quick. Oh, McJizzle, you're a big car guy. My door, my driver's side door, it seems like the seal is shit, because you close the door and you can still kind of hear like outside. I don't know what's your first thought of a situation like that. I don't know if you have any advice for that. But what was funny was that today I go to the dentist, right? So like I normally, like, here in my apartment, I park in a underground garage. It's all dark. You can't really, and then you're like right next to other cars. You can't really like look around. It's just hard to. And you bring a flashlight, I guess, but it's just, overall not fun. But I go to the dentist, big outdoor parking lot. I finish the dentist. I'm all numb. But while I'm still out in this big open parking lot with a lot of good daylight, I'm like, why not just spend some time looking at my car door trying to figure out what's going on. And for a hot second, I thought that like I fucked up my car door. I'm just like, shit. I wish that I fucked my car door up at home and not in this random parking lot. How am I going to drive home? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know enough about cars, but it was just I also don't know I don't know the anatomy of cars, nor do I know the anatomy of doors. So trying to explain this is really silly, but I think I thought I locked something into place that couldn't be unlocked, but it just turns out I had to like pull the knob from the outside, or pull the door handle from the outside, and it like unlocked itself. I was like freaking out. Sell the car, easy fix. Now, real talk, it's typically really annoying to chase wind/road noise issues. What kind of car? uh, do I dox myself? Well, I guess I could. I'm happy to say this much. I drive a minivan. Not 100% fully by my choice, but I drive a minivan. Okay, what's the best combo of remaining stuff that I could use here? I guess purple. Purple might be good. Purple. What if we do purple here? Red here. Purple, red. Yellow. Not blue. Purple, red, yellow. Let's skip blue. Let's skip green. Let's skip orange. We could do teal and then green. Teal, no. Pink and then teal. Pink. What the fuck am I doing? Teal and then pink. Okay, that's a good combo. Drove a van last year. Was kind of fun. Most of the country is dry and busted. It's like a new minivan. New-ish. Let's move this in a little bit more. It's all good. I drive a crossover. If it bothers you that much, there should be weather seals around the door. They can go bad and crack/fail over time and cause noise. Otherwise, would more likely be your window not sealing 100%, but hard to say for sure without being there. I see. I think it's a door thing, cause like in addition to that, like the door handle, when I open it from the inside, it doesn't have the same nice click that you get from the passenger side door. So I feel like it's a door sealing issue. But I don't know. I'm just a guy, you know? Linears. Linear. Need clickies. I recommend coping unless you want to take it to the shop and ask them to charge you an hour of labor to diagnose wind noise. I was thinking of that. I was like honestly thinking like, cause it's sometimes a little annoying, but you know, it's like definitely a thing. You can just deal with it, whatever. Whatever. Who cares? I don't care. Not like I care. Van life. My car makes weird noises that I'm fairly certain are my fault, so I turn my music up and get more rattling because damn. I kind of know exactly what you're referring to because my parents did that when I was a kid. I gotta say, okay, so I apologize, guys. You might not be able to see, but this is a really weird cutout. Because it almost looks like a switch cutout. It's not. It's not big enough. It's just like, I guess supposed to accommodate for 2 different stabilizers, but they added like a little extra room around it. So like it kind of looks switchy, but not really. Alright, so before I say that this was the last one, I kind of want to go back to that upper right corner and maybe add like an extra layer or something. Just because I do still seem to have this switch just popping out. Specifically just this one. So what if I just do it on one side? Better. Okay. Guys, that's it for this stupid ass mod. I don't know what you want to call this mod, but we are done with it. Alright, now the key is, with all the switches in place here, how easy is it for me to just kind of push these in? Not. Some of these I kind of want to snip from the other side. Let's see how well I can get them with this wire cutter. Some of these are just like possibly a little too long. Oh, Zero, thank you for the hydrate. I'll get that in just a second. After I try to use some eagle eyes here. Make sure that everything is all good and set to go. Straight legs. Yeah, definitely got to push in. Go slowly with some of these switches as we try to solder them in. But I think we're mostly good now. Don't have any of these things falling off like too badly. Okay, cool. Alrighty, I'm gonna drink a little swig of water here. Thank you guys for your patience. I know we're about 4 hours in here, and we haven't begun soldering yet, but here we go. I got to tidy up just a little bit. I just really wanted to use these switches so that I don't have to think about the reality of having these very expensive switches and not using them. One alternative, I guess, was to maybe consider using the Pro Worlds in my PH60. But maybe for a future shitty build. Okay, grab this. And then I'm gonna open my window. Andy's here. What? Sir Jizzy. Why the fuck you up so late? I think we can all ask each other the same exact question. Part of me wonders, given all of this, should I have just used a hot swap PCB? And part of me thinks, no, that wouldn't have solved this for the Hirose, I don't think. I was in the zone working on some graphic design. Valid. Remember Tamagotchis? I do. By the way, Andy, I saw the Vash the Stampede tee on Warugaki. I didn't see that one before, but that one's sick. I remember being 10 years old on the internet in like 2000, maybe 9 years old, 1999, 10 years old, 2000. I remember there was some people who were older than me who were really into Trigun, and I've never actually watched. You know who Vash the Stampede is, but don't watch anime? Are you kidding? I know Vash the Stampede. I'm no fool. I know the names of anime. I know some anime characters' names, but I'm not a big anime guy. I didn't design that one. Trigun's legendary. I remember. So I was about 10 years old, and I knew some people on the internet at 10 years old who all liked Trigun. And I'd never seen it. And then I remember I went to the Philippines, I think also when I was 10, and in the Philippines everything there is cheaper, and half or more of the stuff is like bootleg. So I got a bunch of like legitimate like music CDs for really cheap, which at 10 years old is like kind of a huge revelation. But I also got these like I got like, I don't know, I got other non-music media for really cheap that was all probably bootleg, which included a Trigun VCD. Do you guys remember VCDs? So I got this Trigun VCD. I never got anything that could play VCDs. So that Trigun VCD might actually still be somewhere, like back at home. But I don't no means to play it. With that said, I think Ada is connected to a I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying this. Ada is connected to a friend's Plex server that seems to have Trigun on it, so maybe I could watch it. I think also Trigun might actually be on like Hulu or something, and I think they might have both dubs and subs. on Hulu, if I recall correctly. You guys can let me know. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Trigun is on streaming somewhere. All right, hold up. I gotta look this up. Okay. Remember the Pikachu where you shake it? Yes, I remember that. So hyped about as a kid. I was ahead of my Pokemon playing on my DS. Doing a shiny badge quest on Sword right now. Oh. Adult Swim put me on. Diamond and Pearl and Platinum remakes are so trash. You think so? I actually quite liked it, but I think I mentioned my qualm with it once before on stream, which was that before the Elite Four, but after the last gym, it's really hard to grind, cause like after you beat all the trainers, they don't want to battle you anymore. I guess they only battle you after the Elite Four. And then, like, wild Pokemon are just, like, they don't give you enough experience. So I'd never actually played against the Elite Four in the Diamond and Pearl remakes. That said, Arceus, greatest Pokemon game ever made. Gotta say. I'm just like, I'm so worried. It's like, how do they follow that up? I mean, like, Scarlet and Violet kind of come out soon, but I'm not gonna see if I can like that much better, but I'll probably still get it. I don't know. But like, if they even come up with like a sequel to Arceus, it's like, how could they make it better? Okay, haven't played in years now. Might wait for my kids to get old enough before hopping back in so I can play with him. Oh, organized hoarder. I just hate how phoned in it is even after the updates. I see. I played the OG Pearl to get into it and then picked up Platinum Falling and never finished Heart Gold when I got that. I had my good vibes when I had them for sure. The Game Boy Advance are always my favorite. What was it? Ruby Sapphire and then Fire Red and Leaf Green. Those were always my favorites. But Ruby and Sapphire above Fire Red and Leaf Green even. Emerald was a vibe. You know, I actually never played Emerald, I don't think. And that was the one that everyone thought was like actually good from that generation. Was the one I didn't play. Dude, Andy. I don't know if Andy's still there. I don't know if he's still listening in. But I remember we were I don't even know if we were teenagers, but I think we had just picked up Ruby and Sapphire, and I remember being at the mall. We were just hanging out at the mall, me and Andy, and then we were like trading each other starters. Good times. Alright, I'm doing these alignment pushes. Always gotta do this. I don't remember that, bro. Dude, I remember. I remember what the place looked like. We just bought it, and then we went to go sit in this other joint, and we're just sitting there with a link cable, trading Pokemon. I think I didn't have a regular Game Boy Advance. I had an SP, and then Andy, you had the Game Boy Advance, like the wide one, and I had the fold one. I just remember you spending a month trying to get a shiny Groudon. Ah. I thought it was a Kyogre, or however you say its name. But I remember I was also really trying hard to get a shiny Phoebus. And the thing is, like, Gen 3 was like your worst, absolute worst chances of getting a shiny. It was like ridiculous. Okay, this one, I need to pop this out. This has a bent leg. I think it was in Ruby Sapphire. It was literally a flat like 1 in 65, 560, 536 chance, 65,000 essentially. Like there was nothing to improve your odds there, like unlike other generations. Here's a question for you guys. Where were you guys on the internet from 2000 to 2005? Like, I say this in respect to, like, was there any sort of thing that resembled, like, a community, or, like, how did you guys consume the internet from 2000 to 2005? Newgrounds. Armor Games, Congregate, and Flash Games. I see. I was I think late 90s, early 2000s. I was part of this small, like, art community, like people who like to illustrate. It was called Polycarbonate with a K. And then heading towards like the mid 2000s, it was IGN. Spent a lot of my time on IGN. Virus VPR, welcome. Neopets? Ah. Started playing RuneScape in the 4th grade and was heavy into forums for that game. Then later into forums for graphics, which was just people making signatures for their forums accounts. Ah. I see. Remember Neopets? Yes. Dang, this is actually really interesting. This is an interesting conversation. I'm enjoying this. It brings back nostalgia for me, and I hope it does for you guys too, just to, like, even just share. See, I was a big IGN guy. Mid to even late 2000s. Possibly even early 2010s. Okay. I would never do the clickable pet thingies like Drag Cave or Unicreatures. Oh, I don't know if I did that. What was I doing? I guess, like, other than that, like, I think very, very early 2000s I was playing, like, CS 1.6. And then I guess around that Pokemon time with Andy in, like, 2002-ish. We were playing a lot of StarCraft 1 use map settings games. Choose your D. Hamster dance. There's a viral video website before YouTube that I can't remember. Oh man, what was it? My coming of age vibes on the internet was Trouble in Terrorist Town and Dark Roleplay on Gary's Mod. Whoa, Gary's Mod. You know, I never actually got into Gary's Mod, but that's cool. That was my first community I got crazy into, and my first game I dropped more than 100 hours on. Okay, gonna do the push on this last row. I think that's all I need to do, and then I'm gonna breeze through all the second legs afterwards. I'll flip this around like this. Then I'll come back to all the messages. I think, you know, what I think was a really good nostalgic memory was me and Andy, we would play like StarCraft, like choose your defense, like tower defense, like custom games, like maybe around pretty late at night, 10-11 p.m. at night, and in the background Adult Swim, I think Adult Swim had just kind of started-ish, had Mission Hill on in the background. And like that was before I even knew that the show was called Mission Hill. It would just be on the background. I just like watch it. It only had like 13 episodes. Classic. Bling blong, bling blong. Classic. I used to edit the custom apps on StarCraft to rig them. So good. So damn good. When it comes to putting a lot of hours into games, I remember a few things. I remember Pokemon. I put like Pokemon Sapphire, I put like 250 hours on it. And then I think my dad, a relative on my dad's side, I think it was like my dad's cousin or something, cousin or nephew, had a son who came over and then like erased my game. And I was like so mad. And then like I made it my mission to just like complete everything I did that took me 250 hours to do, and just like do it as fast as I could now that like I understood what was necessary of the game. And then I basically accomplished everything in like 50 hours. And I remember feeling like pretty accomplished about that. I remember by like 2003 or so, that's when I started getting into basketball. So then I was like playing a lot of NBA Live, in addition to, you know, watching actual basketball. But I play a lot of NBA Live, and I remember, I think either in 2005 or 2006, I'd literally just sit there like in the franchise mode, just like not even playing the actual like the games, but just like simulating games as the general manager. Just like I'd just be sitting there simulating games for like 25 years. Like you get to a point where like 25 years into the future, none of the players were real. And then like there would be like, you'd have to go and like draft players, right? And then I remember like there were some years where it was essentially just a repeat of a previous year. So you'd have like two Gavin Fergusons on your team. And it would be like the same exact players like in the drafts. It's 2 Luis Carvalhos. Maybe drafted in the same order. You know what was another good set of games was Zoo Tycoon and shit. I never played Zoo Tycoon. I remember there was Roller Coaster Tycoon, right? But I remember I had a friend who lived a couple blocks down, and I don't know if it was like around, maybe around the same time as Roller Coaster Tycoon, but he was playing like I don't know if it was a knockoff or just a competitor, but it was called like Theme Park. The game was called Theme Park, and it just looked like Roller Coaster Tycoon. I remember my friend, we were both little kids. He had an older brother who would like make fun of him for playing it. He'd be like, dude, your whole theme park is just like mostly lines. Like there's hardly any roller coasters. It's just lines to get into the roller coaster. Like the few roller coasters, yeah. I remember during the DS era, there was a point where Circuit City, the now defunct Circuit City, had like games. It had a game sale for like $8 per game, which I thought was like incredible. Like, cause like to that point, this must have been what, like 2006, 2007 or so. Like, yeah, I think maybe 2006. Around there. Like, when have you ever seen like good video games for like that cheap? But then like, and then it turned out that were they really good games? Probably not. There were some classics on the DS. You guys remember Feel the Magic? I remember Feel the Magic, and then it had like a sequel called The Rub Rabbits. And I remember there was also this, there was this rhythm game. I forgot what it was called, but it was like, it was a really, really, really highly acclaimed rhythm game on the DS. I didn't own it, but I remember playing it without having owned it. Nintendogs, that was the shit. The first Diamond and Pearl. Classics. You know, I ended up playing later, way after the DS, like and into the 3DS era. But was a DS era game was Professor Layton. Played a couple of the Professor like I think I bought like a bunch of Professor Layton games, and I played like either 2 or 3 of them. Those are good games. Zelda games for DS too. Oh, dude, I never played those. I remember like several years later wanting to, but they were like a little pricey trying to find them secondhand, but they're probably even worse now. They were so good. Ah, dude. Alright, I'm going to use my my eagle eyes just to make sure I hit all these. I think I did. But I guess one thing we could just do is we can just plug it in, see. And we can also press down here. We can see it's pretty tight in there. You know what this reminds me of is, I don't know if you guys can see it. I guess like you guys might not have had a good angle the whole time because it's the over shoulder, but like all these like stickers, it reminds me of Mictlan. GMK Mictlan. Alright, I'm just gonna plug this in. I'm gonna pull up via reset test matrix. did I mess them up? A few I've missed. Wait, that seems good now. I don't know what the hell happened there. A, F, and V. Let's take a look. Yep, just forgot some. You know how it is. I'll take a quick look at that that function key as well. And it seemed like that didn't want to actuate at first. Easy to miss this shit because of all these like extra, like leg holes. We're good. Okie doke. Let's get this powered off here. Move this off to the side for now. Get that out of here as well. There. And then we will rid ourselves of this guy. Alrighty. So close. So close. Okay, so how do we actually build this? I've never done these gasket socks before. I'm hoping that it's just obvious, but I guess we'll see. Scene. Our fellow gasket socks lovers, it's your time to shine. Let me know. I guess I'll just take all these out. I don't think I even use all of these, but I spilled them all out anyways. All right. I don't know how this works. Do you just seat them and that's it? Like you just seat them lightly or what? As far as I can tell here, what's a little weird is that like they don't like lock in. And why that concerns me is I'm gonna guess that you put them on this opposite top side as well. But how do you do that if they don't necessarily lock in? I guess these kind of do up here at the top. Also, do I have enough? Are you supposed to use all of them? Two, four, six. So there's supposed to be two. Wait a second. This is a little weird because I know that the gasket socks thing said there's only 20. you're supposed to have 24. Okay, hold on. Oh, all the way. By the way, Virus VPR, thank you for the follow. I apologize for the lateness there. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna look this up. D60lite assembly. Build tutorial. Oh shit. That's not how you do this at all. Okay. Oh wow, I was totally wrong about how you do this. Okay. You don't use all these. Oh, I see. You insert these here. So it's only, you only need 12. Okay, so that's what makes them socks. I thought they were like, I thought they were just like you insert them into the case. Oh, that's actually brilliant. Has anyone else done gasket socks? Or is it just KBD fans? Boy, I really didn't immediately understand this like at all. But wow, these are cool. These are nifty. I hope they're symmetrical on both sides. Oh, that is nifty. Oh, A+. This, look, I'm not even putting any of the mods in or anything like the foam or the tape or anything. I guess we can. I'm just opting not to, at least for right now. But we can. But even without it, oh, wow, what an incredible build, right? Am I right? It comes with this fun little screwdriver, so you don't even need to use your thing. Your iFixit kit. Oh. Build-wise. Build-wise, aside from the fact that I chose to use Hirose switches, which meant that they were super loose and I had to modify the PC plate. Aside from that, that's like the one little asterisk. But aside from that, I gotta say, man, this is like a 10 out of 10 build, man. Actually, otherwise, aside from that, otherwise, actually exciting, actually good, even up here till the end. Now we can run the tape mod or whatever afterwards. But I've never hated a tapeless keyboard builder success. I've never hated a tapeless build. Try not to go too tight. Just trying to keep it easy. By the way, I don't know if y'all seen this, but the HD599 from Sennheiser has a pretty crazy Prime exclusive deal right now for anyone who's got a Prime subscription. $90. $90 for the all black, the special edition. and 4 cents cheaper if you want the regular edition, which is still also a great deal. In case I'll need to see it. Pretty good deal if you guys are into it. Go around, make sure everything's kind of like finger tight-ish and not too much tighter than that. You ever like tighten it and then like untighten it once you know, because it's like a gasket board? Maybe I might do that. I think that's fine. Alright, let's add some feet, and I think that's pretty much the build. Oh, I gotta run a poll. Let's run a poll. Alright, EPBT 6085. Let's do a 5-minute poll. All right, 5-minute poll up. Get your votes in. Let me know what you guys would like to see. I believe it's hiragana. I could be wrong. EPBT 6085. I just typed it in, never checked. Yes, it is. It is hiragana. Did get the extra sub-legend kits. Okie doke. Alright, while that runs, I'm gonna go wash my hands, come back, tidy up a little. Okay. All right. So let's clean up. Wow. This board, man, this board, I'm telling you. You know, I'm not sure I really like the blade. Personally, I'm not sure I did. But this board right here, I really think must, feels like it's restored my faith in KBD fans. Like, the blade was alright. It was interesting, and it was a special tray case, but I don't know if I really enjoyed it. Okay, I'm gonna inject a little bit of 205. nails, so I got rid of that lube wipe. Ooh, no sub-legends. Oh, that's interesting. Anti-sub-legend voters in here. Maybe I just shouldn't have bought them. Could have saved a couple of bucks, knowing full well that my viewers would vote against it. What's up, Chris? Do you see the Hasselblad X2D? I haven't. Something good, I guess. I gotta guess if you come in here and say, "Have you seen this?" It must be crazy. Medium format. What's anything specifically special about it? Ooh. Ooh. How's it look? Like a couple of billions of dollars to get your hands on one? Also, feel free to get your vote in. Let me know which alphas you'd like to see. Looks like Latin with no sub-legends got a pretty good lead right now. Did it come with two 7U? Is one better than the other? All right, looks like Latin no sub-legends has won, so let's run it. Okay, not gonna lie, right off the bat, not my favorite spacebar. I don't know if we'd call that rattle. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, but I don't. It does sound a little funny. Funny is as good as I can go when making a description of how things sound. But this is an interesting look. I don't know if y'all can see that, but the flex on it is pretty cool. Like it bounces side to side. We'll go. Ooh. Oh, that's tight. Oh, I don't know about that. Let's try scooped. Scooped actually fits better than barred. Seems like barred has me scared to actually use it. So, all right. Again, like I mentioned, these are Hirose switches. For those unfamiliar, these are kind of a rare-ish switch that on the aftermarket kind of goes for a lot. With a caveat being that the stem shapes are quite a bit different than other typical MX, even other Cherry stems. So you have to be careful with what keycaps you use because they could break your keycaps. I chose to use them for this build because I know that EPBT seemed in the past to be pretty damn good for handling the nonsense that is the Hirose stem. But it does look like the barred F doesn't seem to be really friendly to it, nor does the barred J. But everything else seems to look pretty good right now, so I'm gonna flip all these. I hate when they like all go upside down. RTYUIOP. BN. It's funny, can you imagine I put these keycaps on it and I just be like, oh yeah, I was still using my PP60. Oh, bro. I have to use super keys. Because it's HHKB only keys, so it doesn't come with the arrows. Oh, what? What? Oh, that's funny. Actually kind of funny. Oh, I think I stole the 7U from this one. I think. Yeah. I have a Rama that just has the word stop on it. But normally I feel like I've moved past Ramas. Should I use it? Maybe I'll use it. Let's see what this is about. Once used Rama, no longer never used. Oh, this doesn't really fit on Hirose. Oh, wasn't worth it. Oh, somebody buzzed me. Oh, so sad. The super keys. They make me so sad. Alright, if anyone has the EPBT 6085 and has left and right arrow keys, let me know. Can you check something? What can I check? What should I check? I want to see how an ass fits on Hirose. Oh. Yeah, I could do that. Also, I'm going to pull that F and J off and try to get barred again. Oh, I guess these are function keys, right? Ooh. To go with the Hirose. Doesn't really fit. I can try to force it in, but I know that's like, you know, that's gonna put a lot of pressure on that stem. Do you want me to put pressure on it? Do you want me to potentially break this? I'll do it if you'd like me to. But like to comfortably press it, it still protrudes. Do it? All right. Okay, it's down there. Alright, if I lift it back up, how does it look? I'm gonna do this really lightly, trying to remove it. Ooh. Not bad. Yes, it's now, otherwise it's just a tight fit. Hasn't done anything to the stem. A tiny, 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 tiny bit. Let's go as close as possible without this being a macro lens. I don't know how well it can really be captured, but you can kind of see there's like a little tiny little speck there. Tiny speck. That stem's 100% looser. Here's the comparison to the other orange. I don't know if you could see it. This one is the one I mounted, and this is the one that I just pulled out. Yeah, you could kind of see. I can see it with my eye. We could pull out the macro lens, but I can see that it's kind of been like the inside of the stem has been shaved just the tiniest bit, tiniest bit. And there's these little kind of like white specks to show it or to corroborate that. Yeah. You want me to keep it on? We're gonna keep it on for the type test? Or should I not risk it? Honestly, not as bad as I was expecting. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to really like fully want to do this. Like so I'm just pressing down the F and J barred keys really hard, and it is mounted, but you know I'm about to pull this off, and I'm gonna try to go really lightly. Oh yeah. Take a look. So it's almost like the F and J barred are a little bit different. Let's try this again. So the scooped one is like fine to mount. This barred one, you can see there's like some nicks on there because I did push it all the way down. Become nicked in that way. In case you want to see it a little bit more. Scooped is better than bar. Fight me. I respect it, but I don't agree. I like barred more. I like feeling something there. I like nipples. I like the dots. The nipples are my favorite, but there's so few that do. CRP has nipples. If you weren't wrong, I wouldn't be right. Alright. So I'll keep that mounted. And I'll give the disclaimer that this specific one with the marbling at the bottom, the more visible marbling at the bottom. This one fits Hiroses. Alright, so initial impressions. It's light. Like I wish there was some kind of weight to it. So this is the same kind of situation with the Ramakara. The Ramakara has some options to put in like a dampener or a weight inside of it. The dampener makes the board just sound completely dead. The weight is kind of nice on the Ramakara, but this one doesn't. I just don't think it gives you any option. Like on the aluminum version of this, there's a slot here for the weight. Here it's been flattened out. There's a little engraving that says KBD fans, which is actually kind of cute. Like it's kind of cute compared to I think what I've seen or would have expected from KBD fans, but it's cute. But it's a light board, and you kind of just like I just look at it and kind of just wished a little bit that there's just a little tiny bit more weight to it. But a lot to ask, I guess, when you're coming into this price point. Other than that, and other than the sticker shims, I love this build. I love everything it was all about. I 100% love it more than the aluminum version. I like it. And honestly, yeah, this is a really, I gotta say, this is a really good implementation of good flex and a good gasket mount idea. Like you could see it, you could feel it. I don't feel the jitter that I normally hate. I don't think. Let me see. Do I? Maybe I need to type on it more. I need to type on it more before I can say whether or not there's the jitter that I don't like. Because I feel like maybe there's some semblance of it. Especially in the middle. But I gotta say, I kind of like it. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll run a prediction period for anyone who would like to see, and also again, here's the comparison, the side-by-side comparison of the clear-coated brass finish and the EPBT 6085. I don't know what you want to call this color here, tan. It's like kind of similar-ish, but you could see a clear difference in how it's finished. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the stand behind me. Yeah, there's a lot of stabilizers here. Okay. Ooh. All right. Oh, prediction period. I gotta plug in. Oh, dude. I think I'm supposed to screw this in more. Oh, that's weird. That is kind of weird. Look at this. I'll see that. It's like, I think there's a flex. This is too flexy for how this was designed. I wonder if there's a chance you could just pop this thing off. But it looks like, I mean, your choices are try to stand a daughter board there and then use a JST of some kind, a JST PCB. But it looks like the option here is, how does this work? What? I am not 100% sure how to lower this. I wonder if this is too tight. No. It is getting... No, it's not. What the... I was about to plug this in. But not before realizing how. How would one do it? Wait a second. Okay, hold up. Let me look this up. D60. Because of structural features, the PCB interface will float up and down and will not be stuck on the USB port, which is normal. But this is very absurdly not aligned the way I'd like for it to be. Okay, we gotta open this up. This is a weird one. I remember this kind of being... kind of being a weird point of contention for the aluminum D60. But that was an overall weird conversation. Considering that I thought tightening it as much as I did sort of I thought that affected how much flex I thought it didn't have. But this is a weird design. I don't know if I want to call it feature or flaw or something, but I find that this type of design probably definitely does deserve like a daughter board, especially when you're introducing flex that looks like that. It's kind of nuts. Oh shit. Okay, let me count out my screws, make sure I have all of them. 3, 4, yeah, we have 8. Okay, so I have all the screws here. Now, the weirdness I find is why even have this? It looks like you can pull this off. Potentially. I don't know. I might break it. Okay, so the funny thing about this is that like you can guide it to be where it's supposed to be and then maybe make the adjustments on where these are supposed to lie, but it's weird. It's like it's supposed to be like you guide the port first, and then second you guide where the gasket socks go. Oh, okay. This makes me like the build a little bit. I don't know about a little, quite a bit less. All right, I'm going to have to call it. Thanks for streaming. I'll catch everyone Thursday. Hey, thanks so much for coming. Yes, I'm going to be back on Thursday, guys. All right. Might have to give some minus points to the build for this weirdness. Like I can see reality of it sitting in the channels as it's supposed to. Like where the gasket socks are supposed to sit in on the top case, and it's not. It's literally not where. It's not where the port is. And I find that kind of crazy. And I wonder then if I reassemble this so that like the port takes priority, it makes me reassess, like, is that the problem with my D60 in terms of why I thought that there was kind of this weird lack of flex? Because what's going to happen is if I leave the gasket socks where they're supposed to go into, for where they're supposed to sit into. I don't know if we call them channels, whatever. This port is like literally not aligned with where this is supposed to be, and with how much flex you get, it's like you're gonna put a lot of strain on your cable. Like there's gonna be a lot of cable strain moving up and down trying to deal with this plastic piece. Oh shit, you guys can't see what I'm doing. This plastic piece right here. Ooh. And that's kind of why I'm like, can you remove this? There's got to be a way. It's just like I can see that like it's sort of like pushed in a way that it's like it's locked in. And I'm trying to see if this can be like unlocked or unhooked. It's like a one-way. You push it in one way and then it gets locked. But I worry that I'm going to try to do this and then I'm going to break it. Because if we can get rid of this, this kind of would solve the problem, although you'd be missing the entire accent here. But it would give the board the opportunity to do what it's meant to do. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is definitely minus points for this board. I feel like this wasn't really 100% fully well thought of. Plus for the gasket socks, minus for this situation. Because what I think you would have rather have done is like have a daughter board there or have a daughter board somewhere. This is crazy, dude. This is actually crazy. How in the world are you supposed to like logically use this? Because right now, this is not logical. really am just left to wonder, like, if you were able to remove this portion from the aluminum D60, maybe there's a chance that that experience, that whole typing experience, might be different. But yeah, I'm worried that trying to remove this, I might break it. But I don't want to fuck up my cable, man. That's a limo, genuine limo. Oh, I'm tearing that up. Bro, should I just break it? Should I break my D60? What the fuck? Why would you do that? Dude, the construction of this actually, it's actually like, it's like nonsense. The construction of this is nonsense. That's why I would do that. So look, just in case people haven't seen it, this is not screwed in right now. At rest, this is what the port looks like. So like, you have to push this down to get the cable like in. And then as soon as you let go, you now have cable strain. So, a part of me is like, this thing is a nice, fun, cool, colored accent. But getting rid of this would probably solve this problem. But I can't get rid of this without, like, being totally worried that I'll, like, completely break the piece off in case I want to put it back together. In terms of how that looks, so it's like, this is what that piece looks like. So it was almost like they pushed it in from this side, and then these pieces kind of like, they snapped in to lock in. And unlocking it is really challenging. I don't know. I can't do it without probably just like bending or breaking this. How's it installed? So it uses these gasket socks, which they're a really cool idea, and they're accomplishing what the flexiness of gasket mounting is supposed to do. It's just that it doesn't make sense to do it when your USB port cutout is like this and you're using something that's not a daughter board. It doesn't make any sense. So like, there's no place where you can like affix a daughter board to. Like, you'd almost have to like glue a daughter board on here and then use like a JST PCB or something. Like, there's no way that this would get affixed to anything. There's nothing on here. There's nothing on the bottom either. The gasket socks, again, the gasket socks really cool, but what had excited me about this board is the same thing that's gonna cause me to like not like it. And you know, this problem existed on the D60 aluminum version too. But like you could like line this up to kind of like lock it in, but it used a like pour on gaskets, right? Um, but when you lined it up and locked it in like that, I think that that's what kind of gave it its stiffness, because it's just like it wasn't allowed to bounce anymore. You can see here, so those are like the gasket sock, like standoff channels or whatever. So like you kind of just you mount it like that. So they would sit in, and then there's like the equivalent pieces up on the top side as well. And if you put it in top side first, like that's where the problem gets exposed. Like especially gets exposed. Let me see if I can line this up right. You can see here, so now they're all sitting where they need to be, but again, like even without the bottom, this is what it looks like. So that looks pretty good, but like it's gonna compress when you start screwing it in, and it's gonna end up looking a little bit more like that. I just searched another video of the board. It's a fucking feature. Like, I mean, there's this page here. It says, because of structural features, the PCB interface will float up and down and will not be stuck on the USB port, which is normal. I don't know what to say other than like you're putting a weird amount of strain between like the USB connector sitting on the PCB as well as the USB cable sitting in the USB port. I don't know. That's kind of why, again, this is why I said here, like if I broke off, like if I tried to remove this red accent piece, that would solve this problem, I think, largely. Like it'd be bouncing up and down, but you probably aren't going to get like, so much strain. But I can't remove this without like snapping or just like breaking it. You could drill the hole bigger. I don't hate that idea. I don't know if I have a bit like this though. Oh, I have that hand drill. That Topre hand drill. Should I fucking do it? I have this. The Deskies hand drill. Should I do it? I feel like I might do it. I feel like that would drill the entire thing out, which would work. Well, I think the main point is like I'm trying to remove this piece, but it sucks removing this piece like by hand because then I might break it. On top of that, it sucks removing this piece because it's like, it's kind of like a design accent. But if I just drill through this, like the accent stays, like at least like the rim of it is still gonna be there. So that'll be cool. I'm gonna do it. I don't know how easy it is because like the cutout is not, it doesn't start as circular. Right. I'm doing it though. I'm basically like coring it. This feels like an apple core. Wait, that's the Deskies thing for modding Topre stab? Yeah, yeah. It's exactly that. Yeah. Did the bevel shave away the plastic on that tool? Yeah. Whew. It's a little tiring, but good. Tiring, but good. Probably affixing this bit to an actual drill would be probably smarter, but I like the fine control that I have. How do you know when you're done? Great question. I currently have no answer to that. My guess is when it's a perfect circle and the bounds touch the east and west side of that where the connector is supposed to be. But I know I'm not getting a perfect circle right now. So that leaves that question of how do I know when I'm done pretty much in the air. It is working though. And I feel like I'm close. It's just pretty tiring on my hands. Oh shit. Hold on. There's a slight flaw with my plan here. I think I have to do it from the inside because I may potentially begin to shave the outer edge. I don't think so, but I'm gonna go from the inside anyways. I can't really get a good angle on showing you what I'm doing, but just trust me, I guess, that I'm still hoping that I'm doing the right thing. Yeah, I think I've shaved. You guys will see shortly. Once I get a better view of it. I've kind of already damaged a part of the accent piece I wasn't intending to. So, oops. I'm like almost where I'd like to be. Almost. Whew, man, we're almost hitting the 6-hour mark on this d60lite. Not at all what I anticipated for tonight's stream. Not even a little bit. Better than fucking up the USB slot and PCB. Hey, better than fucking up the cable. Like, that's the thing that worries me, because this is a limo cable. I don't want to fuck up my limo cable. PCB is just a PCB. It's a DZ60. It's like I feel like I'm just gonna be almost there for a really long time because it's really hard to spin this. Like coming from the inside angle. Oh, I'm like trying not to give myself a paper cut right now. Jesus. Not a paper cut, but I guess a blade cut. Very close, very close. Just this last little stretch, so hard. Because of the construction of this thing, again. Alright, I'll just show you what I got. Check it out. So, putting this in from this side means that, like, it's like cylindrical up to a point. So then, like, the very top of this started shaving the inner portion. But I think for the most part, this is where I want to be. You kind of see it's like a little bit oblong, and the idea that it's a little bit oblong is kind of what bothers me because I'm just trying to get it to be like more of a perfect circle. The oblongness might be coming from the original cutout of the USB-C. In which case is that like if this is still going to be driven up and down, then that's kind of a problem. If anything, it's not that it should be circular. It's that it needs to be literally the size of the USB-C connector, but then just like vertical, like tall, not circular. So that's kind of where I'm still a little bit on the fence of, will this even work? So yeah, that's kind of the problem. It's still gonna end up looking like this, which is still gonna cut it off just a little bit. So I could keep going at it, I suppose, until it's like more of the circle is hollowed out. That might be where I need to go. It's hard to get an angle with, like, you know, essentially I'm trying to put in like from the inside so I don't cut this guy. I have to cut it in like this, and it's like this whole portion at the bottom here is like gets in the way, you know. So it's like a huge hindrance when trying to, like, you know, core this out. Ooh. Okay. I have a better angle on it right now. I don't know if it's a better angle, but it's an easier angle to shave more out. Like essentially I'm coming in at an angle that makes it easy for me to twist this with like a lot of force. I'm not sure if this is like displacing. It kind of is. It's displacing where the center of the hole is. So, but it's easy to shave. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Yeah, the angle was a really bad idea. I'm definitely ruining the visible accent side from Jesus. This is so goofy. This is so goofy, dude. Shit. Oh, God. It's like I also could just attach it to a drill, but I know I'm not going to get a really smooth, easy result. I don't think. Ooh. Alright, I gotta wrap up in like under 30 minutes. Or about 30 minutes, just because I don't want to hit that 6-hour mark. That's always our goal. Don't hit 6 hours. Alright. Check this out now. Oops. Honestly, I think that's as good as it gets. Also, you could see here, I kind of added a little bit of damage there just because I was coming in at an angle, so it's starting to shave a little bit off there. Oops. All right. Better than before, I'm hoping. Oh shit, I lost a gasket suck. Yeah, I think this'll be better. Better, not the best. Look at this. So when fully compressed upwards, there's still a little bit that it might want. Like, actually, that's not even fully compressed. But that's like more fully compressed. But if it's at rest, this might actually suffice. So let's try this. Jesus. I lost another gasket sock. Good Lord. What a build. Yeah, I think and hope this will be acceptable now. After coring this like an apple. Oh. What happened was I was trying to run a prediction, but I'd already moved my PP60 behind me. So I was like, oh, well, I just built a board. Why not plug in the board I just built? And I realized somehow the idea of plugging in the board I just built was going to be a problem. All right. Can't plug in a board I just built. What am I thinking? Seriously. Alright, so here's my thought. I'll be totally honest in saying that, like, I like running giveaways when it's not too late. Like, I know that there's probably a bunch of people who still followed in from Tofu's big ol' raid from earlier. But it is a pretty late evening here. And so, what's in my head is, like, I want to run this giveaway for this artisan that it's mounted on right here, right now. Like, the All Hex special surprise, whose stem got widened by Hirose. But is right now an appropriate time to run it? Part of me thinks, what if I ran it midway through Thursday's stream? Or should I run it now? I'm just gonna tighten and then untighten. Tighten, untighten. Tighten, untighten a little. Alright, check this out. I keep doing that. So that's where it stands, and I think that that will actually work. So for my next trick, which is plugging in the board, it actually works. Which I don't think it was going to be able to if I didn't do this whole exercise. Does this work? Oh, it does. Okay. Okay. I think we can run a prediction now. God damn. Alright, not feeling froggy today whatsoever, so we're going to go back down to 127. Prediction period is up for anyone who cares to wager some points. If you wager some points, then somebody else wagers some points, then someone has something to gain. So feel free, get on in if you care to. Just a short 2-minute period. I will get monkey type up. Ooh. I will also clean out all of these residual port accent shavings. What an interesting build. Very, very interesting build. Looking up some streamers. Oh, Gordon Derp. That's right. Gordon Derp is streaming right now. And he's going to be working on his S60. So I'm thinking I could raid him afterwards. And then we'll run a giveaway for this guy on Thursday. You guys cool with that? Maybe we'll start off, if there's any packages to open next time around, we'll start off by opening them. And then we'll do another type test for the people that are there early. And then we'll run this this artisan giveaway then. Capiche? Capiche? All right. I don't think, let's see. All right. No one wagered anything. All right, no pressure. Okay. So let's get it. I guess this is the same theme we would have wanted. So all right. D60lite X EPBT 6085. We swapped out into a solder PCB. We got a PC plate. No other acoustic mods. Really, we didn't add any of the PE foam, plate foam, PCB foam, tape. We do have the polycarbonate plate with the stickers, the girth reducers for these loose Hirose switches. So we do have Hirose switches here with the stock springs, but they are fully tuned. Still a little bit scratchy because they are Hirose. And what else? We got EPBT 6085, just as we'd mentioned from before, which are EPBT being something that can actually work with Hirose pretty well. And we got the all hex artisan on the function key. I'm gonna turn this air purifier off. We'll point this down and I'll close this window shortly. We'll do a 60 to determine whether or not I can actually hit the 127 threshold. Then we'll do a couple 30s and a couple of 15s. Then we'll call it a night. What we'll do is beginning of next stream, maybe, if it might not take too long, we'll just run a comparison between this and the Ramakara, the aluminum D60, and the brass PP60. And then we'll run that giveaway before we start on those frog minis on Thursday. Okay. All good, all good. Okay, let's do this. Oh shit. It took me right to 127. Hey, we did it. Alrighty. Let me know what you guys think of this now, and we'll do a couple more 30s and a couple more 15s. Next up. Couple more 15s. All right, last one. Oh, best one. All right. That just about does it, guys. Appreciate anyone who stuck around here till the very end. Okay. So again, yeah, we'll do another type test for the people who might be here in live next time around, or people who couldn't stand to watch the next VOD, at least the beginning part of it, for some type tests. And then we'll run this giveaway for next time. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up because we're dangerously close to 6 hours. Yeah, we're gonna send some love to Gordon Derp, who was here a little bit earlier. Mentioned he was gonna be building his S60, and yeah, enjoy it all. Anyone who's still here wants to send some love for the raid. There's the message there for if you're subbed, and another one for if you're not. Okay, all right. Let's see. Okay, see you guys Thursday. Peace, everybody.